CBN assessing the sustainability of this surplus. That is one. Two, with external reserve rising from $36.6 billion in 2023 to $38.8 billion in 2024, how does this strong reserve position enhance the bank's ability to stabilize the FX market in the face of ongoing global uncertainty? And then thirdly, you've seen currency depreciation following the global response to the U.S. Operation Day tariff. How are you preparing Nigeria for the resilience amidst heightened global uncertainty? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, on the issue of depreciation of the currency, which obviously everybody is always very interested in, the way I will put it is to say that if you look at and make the comparison between Nigeria during the last month or so, month or two, when the whole issue of global tensions got heightened. And let's face it, right now we're in a period of heightened uncertainty. And if you are all observing, you'll find that the various currencies of the world were under attack and were having to defend themselves. You find that relative to other countries, Nigeria came out very well indeed. We were able to ensure that our depreciation was very, very modest and that the stability was pretty much there. And that, in my view, was a reflection of a lot of the measures that we had taken prior to this time to stabilize our economy. I dare say that if those actions had not been taken when they were, the results would have been a lot more disastrous. Well, it would have been not even more, they would have been disastrous for us. They would have been disastrous for us. So it's a good thing that we started these reforms early and that we stayed the course to the point where we built buffers which are able to withstand shocks, sort of dovetails into your issue of reserves. As with our reserves, and here again, it may be necessary to just make a slight digression to re-emphasize what I'm about to say. We published our reserve numbers recently. And if you observe there, our reserve numbers went up from net reserves went up from slightly over 3 billion US to about 23 billion US, which was a quantum leap in our reserve position. Okay. Again, I would say that all these are happening as a result of transparency in process, ongoing reforms which are giving confidence to many players in that industry who perhaps had been on the sidelines up to that point in time, and are bringing about the results. And I always say that the numbers speak for themselves. Beyond the gross reserves, which are 40 billion as at that time, the net reserves have grown quantumly. And that will continue to be, and that will continue the path whereby we will ensure that we have sufficient buffers beyond the IMF 6-month import cover to ensure that we continue to keep our economy in a safe and sound mode. The sustainability of the surplus you talk about, and again, I must comment that in itself speaks volumes, because you have a situation where beyond just oil prices, in fact, if you look at the oil sector itself, you'll find that the importation had gone down with the Dangote refinery and all the other refineries coming up, the demand obviously will go down. The gas exports have, been on an upward trajectory. Now that we have a competitive currency, and it's something that you will hear me talk about over and over and over again. Our currency now is more competitive. So this should encourage exports. And indeed, for us as Nigeria and Nigerian businessmen, the opportunity to extend that dragnet into our sub-region is also an enormous opportunity now that we have such a competitive currency. So to answer your question, my belief is that if we continue doing the things we have done up to this point in time that have resulted in a positive surplus, we should be able to, in fact, improve that without too much of a problem.
Mr. Governor, sir, members of the NPC, my name is Sarah Chino, Channels TV. Most recently, we saw you engage with Nigerians in the diaspora, as well as meeting with investors to see how they can invest in the country. And then most people have described this initiative as commendable. But the question is, how do you hope to sustain this momentum and then restore confidence, especially with a budget that's been described by many as unrealistic? And then the second question is, how can Nigerians and investors trust that the bank won't fall back into the same old habits that damaged credibility in the past? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Channels. I won't only take your word for the fact that this happened, but Channels was very well represented at a couple of these fora. So thank you very much for that. Well, first and foremost, let me say that something I've constantly said and will repeat is the fact that we are, at the central bank, we are on a mission to restore confidence and build back trust. We're in a mission to restore confidence and build back trust. And we appreciate the fact that in this journey, we need all stakeholders to find that they are dealing with a central bank that will not disappoint. And that is the reason why some of the things we did and we have done up to this point in time, it may seem like nothing, but it's a big deal. For example, when we talk about publishing our net reserves figure and doing it, there's a reason why these things happen. People have to know that when the central bank says it is going to do something, it does it. We recognize that there's a need to rebuild our institution, the central bank. We recognize that. And I assure you that we are doing everything possible to ensure that that happens. It isn't something that will happen overnight. It's not possible. There are a lot of areas that we literally need to reset completely and start all over again. And we're doing so. But those things do take time. They do take time. But what I want to assure you is that we will be consistent as we have been over the past 18 months. And we believe that once we continue in that direction, we will be successful in building back the trust that has been so badly eroded over a period of time. I'm happy and pleased, I must say, that particularly in the international arena, and you mentioned it, both the IMF and World Bank meetings and the very successful outing that we had in the NASDAQ building in New York, the feedback from those particular engagements have been very positive. And I recall that there was the person that moderated one of these sessions was quoted as saying that they have been covering these activities in Nigeria for so many years. And this is the first time that they have seen so much interest in investors coming to Nigeria, that it is no longer a question of should we be there. It is a question of when we will be there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Governor. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Mr. KT. Well, recently the central bank has announced major changes to documentation requirements for Pan-African payment system transactions in Nigeria. My question is, what prompted this decision, and what impact do you expect to have on cross-border border trade?
Thank you very much, Musa. Let me first say that, because you said your question is one of your questions is what prompted this decision. And I want to say, for the avoidance of doubt, that this is something that has been long time coming. It should have come earlier. But in any case, be that as it may, it couldn't be coming at a better time. And the reason is as follows. As I had said earlier, we have a relatively more competitive currency. There's already a lot of trading that takes place, especially in the sub-region. Okay, a lot of trading takes place there. And much of what you find is that those who trade in that route are subjected to enormous risks. Doing it with a payment system that is secure and safe will eliminate those risks. You know, one of the outcomes of the discussions we held at the spring meetings and also in New York was obviously the concern with respect to tariffs and the impact that tariffs have on economies. And increasingly, the discussion started to come up amongst particular levels. I believe having if so can be direct. Automatic put this point as I had reasons from what that's gone, and there is always ideal for to distant and to have them understand, but to say that they don't. And if pay them well engaged, it means now that the global have a bit more certain this of bring this or is. Very much. I think first is about what it takes to be behind the table to stand certain each other. And that's the reason I wouldn't those who are attached to this with this and about it is actually all century for good. So I important that of the main is transferability, the more popular number. And so so with numbers with that. So that is confident that bank is the those who make due to understand the city of a bank operation free to question that is something very good. As I said, the other thing that this to it with of the next year and when it was published was that only believe what they see all the announcements. Well, finance are there. So as this helps it things go on the center. And also we talk about that the online stance that they respect to the way of the response policy. Not military part it, but I said it's that work for supposing investment on the basis use friends who to have done the bank months for a huge children about your naira. Addition, of challenge that central banks before the monsoon.
Thank you. Yeah, I also our trust Nigeria still for management compared and more good but other in remedy at investment in
Thank you much. First, I agree it and need to time this specific. Okay. Now, which send trade money to Nigeria to Jimas. Actually, I need that I was about that as meeting with the president and visited his son ideas to embrace. One else is key now, is civilians, and where that if those what a risk step making now they get it thing for be now that to be exact from receive the opportunity contract limit. It couldn't at time not be at it then. However, the bridge just think many things need to be that and the list you is AY. We've got to ensure have strong systems that three coming rules that start to be very good, but is be sure do not ask to and in it of this. Then you're like this, though would like multiple more and that talk product now that carry the backing sound with money. When they the with some by I the verse for in addition down to those in diaspora there is very result for the world for the what were when so got involved you make that the things meet engagement ban or the diaspora final in them have through the time. I guess so name entered from every particular now that they themselves are showing that product that diaspora one. I want to see some this question to some. Number one, we have of $1 billion of gains of that billion a month. It's like autism. Remember when this people thought that possible and 2 or 6 million people at one in the month. So this is spirit. Pretty much being a bit creative and being conscientious in knowing that this is something that others have done, and you said it earlier there, Pakistan, India, other countries have done it. Why can't we? And then the other thing I want to say that I think is very important, and that is that this is a reflection of what can happen going forward when government gets out of the way and allows the private sector to move forward. And this is basically what we've done. We've acted as a catalyst. We have carried the private sector along with us. We've not said that this is the responsibility of the central bank. It isn't. In the beginning, perhaps we had a larger responsibility, or we took it upon ourselves, let me put it that way, to take a larger responsibility to make this happen. But now that we see the path and all the bottlenecks have been cleared, we have said to the banks, take this over and run with it. If there are any issues that come in the way, come back to us and we will make sure we take care of them for you. It is your job. You will be the ones to get the benefit of it. And of course, all Nigerians ultimately will be happier for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Governor, sir. That brings us to the end of this press briefing. Thank you all for coming and see you in July. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And this one.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié intégrer les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension. Et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'ont planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Nos projets d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim, and these are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Emir of Daura, Umar Farouk Umar, has dethroned Iliya Mantau, the village head of Mantau, Yarmulu ward, in the Bauri local government area of Katsina State, over his alleged involvement in the kidnapping and rape of a married woman. The Emir announced that Iliya Mantau ceases to be the village head of Mantau effective from Monday, May 19, 2025, stating that a new representative will soon be appointed to ensure leadership based on justice and integrity. And the Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf has signed into law a 16 billion naira irrigation project at Jakara Dam, setting the stage for what officials say will be one of the most transformative agricultural initiatives in the state. The signing, which took place during the 28th Executive Council meeting, formalizes two key laws: the Water Users Association Establishment Law 2025 and an amendment to the Water Resources Engineering and Construction Agency Law, allowing the state government to appoint a Deputy Managing Director for WRECA. And the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Maitama, Abuja, has ordered the service of a hearing notice on the All Progressive Congress following the absence of a representative to appear before the party in the ongoing nomination fee refund suit brought against it by a former aspirant. The complainant, a former aspirant for the position of APC Deputy National Chairman, Sunny Monedafe, sued the ruling party, demanding the refund of the 10 million naira he paid for a nomination form in 2022. And the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Shehu Mohammed, has reaffirmed the agency's commitment to curbing the proliferation of fake driving schools nationwide. Mohammed made the commitment during the 2025 National Workshop for Driving Schools Proprietors and Instructors in Abuja. And on business, the Central Bank of Nigeria's Monetary Policy Committee has retained the interest rate at 27.5%. The announcement was made during a press briefing on Tuesday after its meeting, which was held on May 19th and 20th, 2025. And on the foreign scene, the United Nations says it has received permission to send some 100 trucks of aid into the war-shattered Gaza Strip as humanitarian assistance trickled back into the territory. Aid trickled back into Gaza for the first time on Monday, in more than 2 months following widespread condemnation of Israel's total blockade, which has sparked severe shortages of food and medicine. And finally, on sport, Manchester United have been handed a triple injury boost ahead of their UEFA Europa League final with Tottenham Hotspur. The Europa League final will take place on Wednesday night in Bilbao, Spain. Man United manager Ruben Amorim had been sweating on the fitness of 3 of his players ahead of the clash. And those are the major stories from our newsroom at the moment. We'll bring you more updates at 6 p.m.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi? Yes, sir. Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beauty.
and welcome to another electrifying episode. E360 is back with more exciting contents than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, fashion, comedy, food, anything you can think of entertainment. I got you covered. So before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. So last weekend we had the African Magic Viewers Choice Award, and it's been amazing seeing our own Nigerian celebrities nailing it with their outfits, with what they know how to do best, likes of our actors and actresses being nominated for specific categories. And I'm really happy seeing everyone even being recognized for what they do. So first on the list, let me just talk about the category. Two categories that stood out for me. We had the Indigenous Award, Language Award, which went to Lishabi. If we've all seen that movie, you know that they literally deserve the award. Lishabi is beautiful. The content and everything was just amazing. Like seeing them being recognized, like they put so much work into it, likes of Latif and his wife. Like his wife even played a role in this movie, and you even notice that he's like, maybe they're married or something. Like everything was really amazing. They nailed it for me, and they deserve the award. I was really happy that they got recognized for this particular category. So the next one that actually got my attention is Seven Doors. Trust me, the actors of Seven Doors, likes of Femi and Choma, they nailed it, and it was just amazing because Choma, his wife, is an Igbo lady in the movie, and he's a Yoruba man, and he had to go leave the city to go back to the village to maybe rule, to be the king of the community at that point in time. But he had issues. If you guys have not seen it, please go back and see it, because this movie nailed. And it's really amazing seeing Choma. Choma did not just start now. Like she has been in this industry for a very long time. Like since I was little, I know Choma, and I'm really happy seeing her. She won the best lead actress for this movie, and also him too, he won the best lead actor. Like I'm really happy seeing them actually excel in this particular category. So now let's, moving away from the category, let's go to the outfits. Trust Nigerians to always come through. Like Nigerians are good. We are talented. I don't know what you guys talk about, but like everybody is just, all these designers, they just have one or two things they always want to chip in. Let's talk about, let's just say Vicky James. Vicky James every year comes out with her own designs, and guess her favorite muse? It is Osas. Osas' dress was beautiful. I don't know if the nature of let's just say the theme for the AMVCAs this year was nature, because I saw so many designers trying to create nature, trees, fruits and other things, but Osas nailed it. She was styled by Vicky James. We have another one which was actually contradicting. That's Desmond Elliott. Desmond Elliott came out and was like, who is this? Like, we've not seen you, so where are you coming from? It was very funny, but his outfit was good. It's not that bad. But everyone kept on talking about the lion in front of him and one at the back. It was really amazing seeing them actually excel. So last on the list, we have our very own Davido, our OBO. Davido's album, all the songs for me nailed. Like the one that I like the most is With You, where he featured Omale, and that song is just amazing. I don't know, and I like Davido for the fact that he's a calm person, he's full of life, he's generous. He even gifted a TikToker that actually just danced to his song, like just flowed with it and everything. It was very funny, but it was amazing. And Davido is always giving us back-to-back hits. So that's it we have for entertainment. So today we dive into the world of fashion industry. So sit down and relax. Let's explore the magic screen together. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is Akin Oluwasewu, who is a fashion content creator and a stylist. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hi, good to be here.
Yeah, nice meeting. I love your outfits. Like it's giving like what you do. Literally, it's amazing.
Thank you
I like the glasses, signature on the tie and everything, and the colors. You know what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so tell me about yourself. How did you get into the fashion creation and everything? You styling it and all. Just tell me a bit about yourself.
So yeah, just like you said, my name is Akinlulu Oluwasewu.
Okay.
Most people know me as Akinlulu Certified.
Oh, good.
And I am a fashion content creator and a fashion stylist.
Okay.
What my motivation for getting into the fashion space. Like I've always been a fashion person, like way back since when I was young.
Yeah.
But like it got more pronounced when I was in school, like uni.
Okay.
I just loved looking good to class, basically. You know, because I went to a private school.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
I know
you have a good advantage there.
Exactly. So I went to a private school, and we were almost, let me say, forced to wear corporate clothes to school and all of that. So that's what sparked up the interest more in me.
Okay.
And also I feel like the use of social media also influenced me a lot.
To show
When I saw so many people that were doing what I wanted to do, what I felt like I could do.
Okay.
And those are some of the things that sparked the interest more in me.
Oh, that's
like,
good.
for fashion.
So now let's talk about your education. Like you talked about, you started from school. So did you study fashion, or what did you do? Because I know most people like to just deviate from what they actually study. We all do that, fine. But like, just tell me what you did and what actually attracted you to go into what you're doing now.
So I studied architecture in school.
Oh.
BSc, MSc.
So is there like a connection? Yeah, there may be a connection.
Exactly. So I believe anybody that goes to architecture school, it's kind of sparks some form of creativity in you into whatever you are doing.
Okay.
Either if you're designing furniture, if you end up doing whatever, even if it's fashion, there's some form of creativity that architecture brings into you. So I feel like so what I studied in a way, even though I'm not actively practicing now, so it kind of sparked something in me. So I studied architecture in school.
Oh, that's good. So what would you describe your styling in 3 words?
So my style, I would say dandy. I would say prim and proper.
Wow, that's good. That's good. So tell me what fashion item you can't live without.
I'll say my suits.
Your suits?
Yes, my suits.
Now I know where the corporate thing comes from.
I'll say my suits. I have so many suits. Like it's literally my life. Like,
okay.
So suits. I can't live without suits.
Okay. So will you tell me about you coming up and the influencers you get to or you saw that actually attracted you, or people you look up to?
Okay, good question. So just like I said earlier, like social media kind of influenced me getting into fashion. So some of the people I looked up to while I was like in my early years were people like Akin Famino. I don't know if you know Akin Famino. Is a major stakeholder in the fashion content creator space. Okay. But outside Nigeria, like internationally, there's Blake Scott, there's Steve Onoja. Those are the people I looked up to. And to the glory of God.
You've been nailing it. Okay, good. So now tell me what inspired you to start sharing your fashion content online.
Okay, so I have always loved social media. So I just saw social media as a platform for me to show what I do. Like to voice out without doing too much. And that's why till now, like I hardly, if you've gone through my content, I hardly talk too much.
I've not seen one. I actually went through, I'm like, what is this voice? I need to hear your voice. I don't know how you sound.
Exactly. So I just saw social media as a means to, put myself out there without doing too much, It's more of like my portfolio.
So let's say, what's the most defining moment of your life or of your career? Like when you started, what moment did you really say, oh, I did this?
So, So for me, in fashion, there have been so many defining moments. But like in the early years, I would say winning awards in university for fashion, like best dressed in my department, best dressed in the school. Do you understand? So those were some of the, and I've been recognized by so many well-known blogs, even in Nigeria, Bella Niger. I've been featured on Vogue too. So like, I feel like that's like the peak.
Of where?
Yes.
That's good. So like, tell me about how you balance being creative and staying relevant, like keeping up with everything you have to do, keeping up with your daily life as a content creator and also a stylist.
So for me,
do you find any difficulty anywhere?
Definitely there will be difficulties.
So tell us about it. So in case we want to be like Oluwaseun, what do we do?
So just like I said, definitely there are difficulties. But I feel one thing that makes you, keep pushing is just the goal you have in mind. And there is nothing that has an advantage that does not have a disadvantage. So for me, it's just me looking at the end goal and saying, oh, let me persevere through this. Let me do all I need to do to get to become the kind of person I want to be. So like it helps me, be able to maneuver these obstacles in my way. And yeah, so on so many days I have multiple things on my schedule and all of that, but I just find a way to properly manage my time, you know, to meet up with all of this, and also deadlines, basically. Yeah.
That's good. I know, like, it must have been really, really stressful, but like, can you walk us through one day, like a day in your life, the process, what you have to do? Do you style your clothes yourself, your outfits?
Yes, I do.
Or do you have someone that styles you?
No, I style
Do you style people too?
Yeah, I style people.
Oh, good. So, like, just walk us through you meeting deadlines and you taking pictures, because I don't know, I feel it's a lot. It's a lot. Like, one thing I know, maybe styling it and you actually waiting for it to come out the way you want it to be. So, like, the positions you stay when you're taking pictures and creating content and all like that. So, walk us through a day in your life.
Okay. So, as a fashion content creator, I feel Pinterest should be your friend. You know, because I feel like there's no idea that is really original. So you can always go through Pinterest. So let me use myself now, just like yours. I always go through Pinterest, you know, scroll. Sometimes when I see things I like or feel like I see things I feel like I could recreate, I save them, you know. But there's sometimes that ideas just come like off the top of my head. Like, I'm just doing something, I just pass through somewhere, I see something, I see someone online, I see someone wearing something online, or just the combination just makes sense. Like, yeah, there's that too. And there's just me just being myself, and trying to evolve on what I'm already doing. Do you understand? So, like, right now, like, my kind of style, it has evolved over the years. Not just from like corporate outfits. Like, now the way I am, it's kind of, you could say it's kind of corporate, but it's not. It's not corporate.
Casual corporate, like, in the mix.
Exactly. So it's in the mix. So you can. It has kind of evolved over the years. So, like, a typical day in my life is when it comes to like fashion content creation is, you know, ideation, reaching out to. I have like a team, like my photographers, majorly photographers. Because I love.
Must be really good.
Yes. So, and they're also very creative people. So we rub ideas. So let us know what we need. Either if there are some props you also need, you know, try to put it in place, get it before the day of the shoot, and we shoot. And even on set, there are some other ideas that pop up.
They have to.
Yes, I'm also implementing too. Yes, and that's how we make it happen.
It seems like a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot.
It's like, you know, when people just see a picture, wow, this is beautiful, this is good. They don't know the process. They don't know how difficult it was to go through just to achieve that result. Now let's talk about you combining colors. Trust me, not everybody in Nigeria literally knows how to do that. Not everybody in the world, like, just so both colors are, you're like purple and orange. How will this go about? How have you been able to maneuver that phase?
So for me, I would say it's just my kind of person. I've never had to think about, will this color go or not. Okay. I've never really had to do.
Sorry to cut you. Have there been any situation where you see yourself say, this color did not gel?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just really my kind of person. So so many times if I feel something will work, it actually just works. I don't know how, to be honest. It might it might be God. It might be
God is good.
It's even God. I credit that to God, you know. So, like, so many times I just try out things, try out colors, and also as an advice to people, I'll just say, you know, try out different things in the comfort of your home. Don't now go out and be looking like tetracycline in front of other people. You can, like, your house is like your comfort zone where you can try out things. Let your family members insult you.
Oh, good. I was about to ask that.
Exactly. Let your family members insult you before you go outside and embarrass yourself. Exactly.
Okay, because living alone maybe and you're trying to match colors, you may not exactly get to
your mirror. Your mirror is there for you.
Oh, your mirror is there, but sometimes
and open your eyes.
Sometimes you look at yourself like, I think I look good, but when you step out, you don't look good at all. So now tell me how you've been able to, how social media has changed the way you work as a stylist.
Well, social media actually has so many benefits, and it has really helped me. You know, it gave me some form of influence. Okay. And the reason is because I actually started early enough. I started way back in 2015. Not too many people were doing this back then.
Not everybody.
Exactly. Not too many.
It's also like a thing.
Exactly. So in like the university space, people actually knew me. like when you talk of people in Covenant, people in Redeemers, these are people that actually do fashion at that time. Okay. So many of them knew me at that point. So social media has really changed and helped me, like with my style and how I really approach things in general. Like I would give so much credit to it, to social media.
Okay. Yes. So now, speaking of social media, what platform do you use the most and why?
Majorly Instagram.
Okay, why
because
Instagram?
That's where I started from.
It's a good platform,
it's a good platform, and that's where I started from. Just when Instagram first started, it was majorly for pictures. There was no even video. It's just I think 2020 that they started Reels and all of this, and so just like that, I also tried to evolve and advance, and start creating video content also because if you don't evolve, you won't be relevant. Do you understand? So I started evolving also, start creating video content on social media. So yeah, Instagram works for me the most. But right now I'm trying to I'm already doing that. I'm already trying to diversify my platforms. Yeah, TikTok, Pinterest. Because I got to, yes, exactly. I got to discover last year that there's actually a very big market on Pinterest.
So you have been yelling that.
Exactly. So I'm doing that right now.
That's good. I like the fact that you're evolving and you're changing, and social media is helping you to become better in your field. So let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. We'll go on a quick break, guys. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Here with me in the studio is still our stylist and our fashion content creator. So now tell me about, have you faced any criticisms online and how have you been able to manage it? Because I know the world out there is not easy for anybody, but tell me how you've been able to maneuver and just keep pushing regardless.
So because of my kind of personality, I have not really faced criticism that much because I believe I was using platforms like X, which was formerly Twitter, I would have received a lot of even when I know I talked about diversifying my content. Yeah. And there are sometimes I post something on TikTok on X and you see some kind of comments that are just really man. But on Instagram everybody's all love and light.
Yes,
everybody's all love and light. So I've never really had to face that form of criticism, and because of my kind of person, I don't like putting myself in a situation where I am in that place where people have different
things to say about you.
About me now. So,
okay.
I believe it's just my kind of person.
Oh, that's good. So, who is your favorite fashion icon now, and why?
Well, my favorite fashion icon, I believe it's not one currently.
Okay, just mention and why.
Okay, so Pharrell Williams.
Okay.
Pharrell Williams is a grand commander of style. Yes. Grand commander of style.
And I agree to that.
Yes, and I believe our kind of styles are similar, so that's why I connect more with Pharrell Williams.
Now I'm drawing the line. Now I'm drawing the line in your pictures. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that's good.
So it's Aproki too. It's someone's style that I love a lot. It can be very minimalist. It can be quite edgy too. Yeah. So not giving yourself a box. Is the reason why I like Isaproki. Yeah. So those two.
I like Isaproki as well. So now, if you're going to style any celebrity, who would it be, and what style do you think you would put on them?
Locally or internationally?
Let's do two. Let's do Nigerian and international.
Okay, locally, within Nigeria.
Yeah.
I would like to style the video. I really like to start the video.
It can be fun, child. So whenever I hear the video, I just want to jump.
I really like to start the video.
In what way?
Putting up something for him that just gives him the superstar vibe. To project him more as a superstar that he is.
Okay.
Yes, because on some occasions, sorry to say, on some occasions I've seen when he has worn some kind of outfit, and I'm like, no, the style should have done better. So yes, and that's my reason for choosing Davido.
Okay.
And internationally, let's say Idris Elba. I mean, he has a great sense of style, but it would just be an honor to style someone like that.
It's amazing you mentioning people that I know No, that's good. That's good. So, what's the most challenging shoot or project you've ever worked on, and why?
Off the top of my head right now, The most challenging shoot. Okay, so just like I mentioned, I've been featured on Vogue once.
Okay.
But it wasn't my idea, it was the photographer's idea.
Okay.
So it was something that brought me out of my comfort zone. Because if you see that picture, I was looking kind of homeless. And because it was an editorial image, just that I wore like lace and stuff. So I feel like that was kind of difficult for me to do because it was not like my normal kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, who doesn't want to be on Vogue? So yeah.
So it was really, really difficult process.
It was kind of difficult for me, but I believe, but like for like my own personal stuff, I mean in the early stages, it used to be quite difficult. But like right now, I believe it's almost like it's almost easy for me, like very easy for me to just because I have like a system. Do you understand? That makes things work easier for me.
That's good. I know Lagos is like a fashion zone entirely. So have you been able to attend events and let's just say GTCO Fashion Week and other fashion shows that we have? And have you been able to, do you attend them?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Especially Lagos Fashion Week, because Lagos Fashion Week is one of the biggest fashion weeks in Nigeria. So like it's even like, you know what I mean, not to talk down any but like it's one of the biggest fashion weeks. So there you get to meet even people you look up to in Nigeria, you know. So I attend Lagos Fashion Week a lot. Every year I've been attending since I think 2019, until even last year, and I'll still attend this year.
Oh, good. So tell me about GTCO Fashion. What do you think about it and the idea behind it? Because last year I got to attend one for my very first time. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I love every single thing happening here. So will you want to be in that position, styling people, and what do you think you will bring up? You
mean styling attendees or styling?
Let's just say styling models.
Models on the runway. I mean, it's something I'm very open to. I mean, GTCO Fashion Week is also a very big fashion week in Nigeria. So yes, it's something I'm very open to. You know, working with a designer to put out their pieces in the best way possible on the runway for everyone to see.
Okay.
Yeah,
so now
really
you're creating content like on Instagram and other platforms that you work with. How do you get your inspiration from? Like, do you see, not only from Pinterest, but the ideas of you creating videos? Like, what do you think? Or is there like a brain box, someone that just says, oh, I think you should work this way? Or do you just bring everything, every idea you do? Because the videos are amazing, trust me. So like you working this particular way, looking up this way, is there someone that directs you? Or you do everything? So
first and foremost, I'm a believer, so I'll give the glory to the Holy Spirit. Like the Holy Spirit helps me a lot, gives me direction on so many things. Yeah, and also that's why I mentioned the team that I work with. So like there's just this synergy between us where some of the ideas come from me, some of the ideas come from them. So it's just easier that way. I believe every creative, if you are looking to build a team, you should actually look for people who share the same ideas and who share the same visions like you, so that whatever you're looking to achieve will be easier. And so that's basically what has been helping me. So so many of these videos that you see, they are basically some are my ideas, some are their ideas, and we bring them together.
Because you pass off like a model, like maybe you don't even do anything, but like the way you just position and taking photos and everything. I will call you model.
Yeah, it took so many years.
Okay.
It took so many years, you know. I believe in my early stages I wasn't that comfortable. Like when I started this, I didn't like taking pictures in public.
Oh.
But right now, if you put me in the middle of the road,
anywhere I can
take pictures easily, like, because that's what I'm born to do.
Okay, but you know, like you standing out, like with your styling and everything, your outfits actually draw attention of people.
Exactly.
So like now you said before you were shy. Were you a shy person?
Yes.
Okay, so you wearing those outfits, it was like.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, to get to a stage, there's a point to do something to a point of mastery, where you are no longer shy.
So you're used to everyone looking at you.
Yes, like I'm already used to it. I've done it a lot of times. I'm already used to it. So yeah.
Oh, okay, that's good. So, what advice we give to anyone trying to go into this fashion content creating business?
So, any advice I'll give, especially to younger people?
Yeah,
I would say start as early as you can. And be consistent, because consistency in anything just makes you better.
Okay.
You get, and the earlier you start, the earlier you can make the mistakes you're supposed to make, which will make you better. Okay. So I'll just say two I'll pass out two advices. I'll say start early and be consistent in what you're doing.
Okay. So let's go on a quick break first. We'll be right back. So guys, we'll go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. So before we end this show, let's just take 60 seconds, 10 games, questions rather, just in and out. So let's just say your favorite celebrity couple. Who would it be?
It's Rocky and Rihanna.
Thank you. Most outstanding day of your life?
Most outstanding day of my life?
Yeah.
Most outstanding day of my life has to be... There are so many. Well, let's say the first day I was recognized for what I'm doing right now.
Okay. Yeah. Football or basketball?
Football, basically.
Favorite relaxation sports?
Favorite relaxation in Lagos or anywhere?
Anywhere.
In Lagos, I would say Landmark Beach.
Okay. So, movies or novels?
Movies, I'm a movie person.
Favorite city you like to visit or you have?
Favorite city I would like to visit, Mauritius.
Okay, so favorite indoor sport?
Favorite indoor sport, let's say indoor basketball.
Okay, so favorite food?
Favorite food, jollof rice and chicken.
So mention one thing on your bucket list you like to tick off.
Favorite thing on my bucket list I would like to tick off, especially this year, is like travel to as many countries as I can.
Okay, so let's just say sneakers or corporate shoes.
Corporate shoes.
Okay, good. So if you're giving $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody for 6 months, just you and food, no internet too, will you stay?
$10,000 to stay for how many? For how long?
6.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
You won't. Okay, let's reduce. Let's say 2.
2 months.
Okay. Yeah, 2
no
months.
internet, no food.
No internet.
I can run mad.
No, there'll be food.
Okay,
There'll be
food.
good food.
There'll be food?
Yes, but no internet.
No.
No, you can stay.
Because
All
I feel
right.
like all I do, like, it gives you some sense of purpose, you know.
True.
So all of that within 2 months, like I can't.
So what if there's internet? You're going to stay.
There's internet. We are getting there. So, yeah, internet. Yeah, with internet, I'm good.
No problem. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
It's really nice seeing you and what you do and everything.
Thank you.
So is there anything you want to share?
Yeah.
Where can we watch you? Where do we see you?
Okay, so you can check me out on Instagram. My handle is at akinlolu.certified. I'm also on X. I'm also on every other platform. Yes, so these are the platforms where you can check me out, and it's so nice being here.
Oh, thank you so much for coming on the show. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. So see you next time. Bye for now.
My name is Bintu Saluhu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aladidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, boy, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing from there. It just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get to where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, "But I would like to paint." I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes, you understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano, so many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting. And alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting. And besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like recreation centers. Even in hospital, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on, say, a kind of disease, like now we have this COVID-19 around, you need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would I go to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do? Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them, instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing and you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, you know, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color, you use, or acrylic color. You have so many medium.
Hello and welcome to the program. Debate on electoral reforms and proposed amendments to key sections of Nigeria's Electoral Act of 2022 and the 1999 Constitution ahead of the 2027 elections and other elections in the country are dominating public discourse. The proposals were presented during the joint Senate and House of Representatives committees on electoral matters in conjunction with the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. One of such proposed reforms is the removal of the powers to appoint resident electoral commissioners (REC) from the president and vest the power in INEC. INEC is seeking the constitutional changes that will grant the commission the authority to appoint and discipline heads of its state offices, to be known as State Directors of Elections. INEC also emphasized the need for a single-day voting system and the eradication of permanent voters' cards ahead of the 2027 general election to ensure credibility, saying this will reduce the cost and streamline elections in the country. The Commission further renewed calls for the amendment to the Constitution to allow Nigerians in the diaspora as well as certain categories of citizens within the country to participate in future elections. In his remarks, INEC Chairman Mahmood Yakubu says the next elections come 2027 will be a challenging one. Therefore, he appeals to the National Assembly to expedite the passage of the proposed amendment to the 2022 electoral law and the 1999 Constitution. Well, I'm joined by Mr. Debo Adeniran, who is the chairman, Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, CACOL, to discuss INEC's proposed reforms. Thank you very much for joining me, Mr. Adeniran. Let me begin by asking, overall now, what do you make of INEC seeking changes to the 1999 Constitution and the Electoral Act of 2022 ahead of the 2027 elections and others after that?
In any procedure, in any law, in any guideline. So it doesn't matter how beautifully crafted you have a policy or guidelines. If people that are mischievous are allowed to operate it, they will still find a way around it, where they will manipulate the process to suit their whims and caprices. All of the reforms that have been suggested, yes, they are beautiful. They are capable of maybe achieving credible election. But then there will always be a loophole for those who have perverted minds. And that is the only fear, because it's still Nigerians that will operate the law, the guideline, and the reforms. It is Nigerians that will be candidates, and they will be the ones to be voted for. So it is the restructuring of the mind, refocusing, and new moral rectitude that is likely to help rather than changing policies and the rest of that.
INEC is also seeking full control over state electoral appointments, starting with appointing resident electoral commissioners to oversee polls in the state, rather than the president doing so as we have it currently. INEC now says it wants the power to discipline these recs. Is this a considerable proposal from the commission?
The truth is that it is possible that INEC will become truly independent, just like other institutions like Central Bank of Nigeria and other arms of government. They can be independent. They should be allowed to choose those who work with them and have the capacity to discipline them. But then it cannot be completely, INEC cannot be completely independent, just like the central bank cannot be completely independent of the executive, because they are not a separate arm of government. They run their affairs under the guidance of the presidency. Somebody will stay, the president will still have a say in the appointment or nomination or appointment of the chairman of INEC. And the voice of the president is actually stronger than the voice of all other arms of government who have one thing or the other to do, especially the judiciary. Even judiciary, as independent as we want to be, we are being made to believe, the president, the executive still play a lot of roles in controlling that arm of government, because the budget still have to be presented by the executive and defended by the Ministry of Justice. The same thing with the budget of INEC. No matter how independent it is, an arm of government or of the executive will still lord it over the budget and manipulate it in the ways that will suit the need or the interest of the ruling hegemony. So it doesn't matter what we do, but it will only give the outer world the semblance of true independence for the electoral umpire, which is okay. As a matter of fact, that they ask that they be able to discipline their members. All of those disciplinary actions will still pass through the judicial mill, and it is the judiciary that will have the last say, no matter how much they try. Because if they even set up a tribunal that we have once agitated for, that there should be electoral tribunal, even if they set it up, they will still have to appeal. The appellate court will still be there. The Supreme Court will still be there. It will not start the adjudication into any dispute in the conduct of affairs of INEC will not start and end with the proposed tribunal. It will not start and end in the high court, in the federal or state high court or appellate court. They will still go as far as Supreme Court. So basically, we should, it's worth it to some extent and to satisfy the yearnings of, but for me personally, I just believe that it is not the law. It is those who are operating the law. And the selection of those who will operate the new INEC law or guidelines should be those who have a clean pedigree, those who have performed wonderfully well in the areas they have found themselves serving Nigeria before, those who may not want to stain their clean garments that they have acquired, they have worked for over the years, those who have integrity, those who are professional, those who have a family background that you cannot be ashamed of. Those are the kind of people we should look for. They are there in Nigeria, although unsung. Many of them have not had the opportunity of being in prominent positions like INEC before, but they have kept their cool, and they have been men and women integrity in the small corner they find themselves. These people can be sought out and be appointed.
Let me also get your thoughts on INEC's request to conduct all elections in one day in the country in a bid to save costs. We're talking of presidential, governorship, the National Assembly. Now, we understand how challenging this exercise is for INEC in various areas, such as logistics, despite assurances that all is in control just before the elections. Wouldn't INEC be stretching itself thin if this were the case, that's to conduct all elections in one day?
Well, I don't think so, because it doesn't take much to compile statistics and analyze it. Now that we have several machines, packages, apps that can help collate figures and decide on the results in real time. So it is not likely. What should be done is for INEC to have the power to screen even the candidates from different political parties. And as a matter of fact, we have once recommended that not just every Tom, Dick, and Harry should be allowed to register a political party. The political party should be seen to have the capacity to run the affairs of this country. And the criteria should be set in such a way that it will not make a joke out of our electoral system, where we have about 20, 30 political parties fielding candidates. The candidates nominated by various political parties should be pre-screened to be sure that they are actually capable of carrying out the assignment of governance that they are likely to be saddled with in case they won election. And that screening should actually reduce the number of those who are capable, of running the election and winning the election. Now, those we make it easier for INEC to control the number of paperwork that they have to do. All of these screening machines should be made to be compiling the results in real time, like IREF, should be fed in such a way that it won't be necessary for human intervention anymore, and that people can use their maybe biometric statistics to even vote. I think that is one of the reform that they are talking about. That is, you don't need to keep on using the archaic system to conduct the affairs of this country anymore. We have several documents, several, what do we call it now? Several documentation that could assert the personality of the person that came to vote. And the only thing is to prove that they are alive, their eyeballs should be screened, their fingertips will be also screened, and all of that should be enough. Since we have NIN, that NIN and even voter's card have collected our biometrics.
Well, it seems now that INEC and the Nigerian Senate are on the same page, because a bill to amend the Electoral Act of 2022 to provide for same-day elections nationwide as a cost-saving measure and to reduce voter apathy scaled second reading in the Senate back in March this year. Speaking of voter apathy, you think same-day elections will make a difference?
Well, the communication was breaking intermittently, but I believe that voter apathy can be reduced if we allow people to vote where they find themselves without necessarily have to go and queue up in the rain, in the sun. If people can use their smartphones to vote, it's just that they may need to download a particular application that will make them to be to identify themselves, and we are able to do that. If we can withdraw money, without necessarily having to go to the bank, then we should be able to vote without having to go and queue up at polling station. Technology has gone beyond all this pedestrian level where everybody will have to queue up and they have to see you, they have to take your picture all over again, even when your fingerprints will bring out your pictures that have been taken when you are registering for NIN, when you are registering for as a voter, and all of that. You have all of these data that have been compiled. Let them harmonize the data if there's any doubt. Any other thing that is, any other requirement that is not embedded in our NIN should be included one way or the other. And let us be able to vote the way we withdraw money or transfer money from one point to the other. So that is the only way by which voter apathy could be reduced. Some people feel too big to go and queue up. All of these people will be able to vote, with their own machines, with their computer or with their smartphones and all that. They will vote. It will reduce risk. It will reduce violent attack. It will reduce all sorts of things, and it will reduce manipulation of electoral process. And of course, there are applications. The application to be used will be foolproof, that nobody can hack into, and there should be backup. Machine, or what do you call it now? Backup data storage facility that will not allow anybody to manipulate the computer system or the data system and get away with it. Because as people, as voters cast their ballot, it should go to both the IRF, the immediate storage facility, and the backup, which will not be available to those who are actually conducting the election until there will be a need to prove that the ballot cast is the result that is announced at the end of the balloting period. So basically, it will reduce costs, it will reduce violence, it will enhance security, it will a lot of things. It has a lot of advantages. I agree with them.
Although Mr. Adeniran, we'll get back to our conversation after this short break. Do stay with us. We will be back shortly. Welcome back. Let's continue the conversation on proposed reforms by INEC. That's reforms to the Electoral Act and 1999 Constitution. Mr. Debo Adeniran, chairman of CACOL, is still with me on the program. Now, Mr. Adeniran, still on the issue of same-day voting, with which the Senate and INEC as well now say will boost voter participation. Do you think Nigeria has the technological infrastructure, to handle the demands of same-day elections? Because that's another challenge that confronts INEC.
The money we spent, running physical identification and the rest of them is enough to acquire the technology. But I believe that we have Nigerians that are technologically savvy to the extent of even developing a homegrown, application that can be used for our own election. Everywhere you go in the world, you find Nigerians making their waves, in the field of technology. Even in Nigeria here, we have several firms that are very innovative, that are very creative, and that have been performing wonders in the areas of development technology. Look at Remita. I mean, if we can use Remita and it's working for the past 8 or so years that they have introduced it into our payment system, we should believe that a company like those who develop Remita, that system space, can still develop new applications with which we can vote and be collated in real time without wasting time. As a matter of fact, that application itself can be used. They only have to adjust it to suit the purpose of electoral system. So basically, we can vote one day. Even the diaspora voting that has been talked about for so long can be included.
There's the flip side to INEC's reform proposals. Nigeria's House of Representatives Committee for Political Parties had earlier called for the unbundling of the commission by removing the power for registration and regulating political parties and vesting the power in another institution. How good do you think this idea is?
They don't have to remove those powers. They should have, as a matter of fact, like I said it earlier, they should have more powers to whittle down the number of registrable political associations. The conditions should be made more stringent. The capacity to administer the life of people should be measured in technical terms, in terms that will ensure that if they eventually won election, they will run a government that will be truly democratic. And if you don't want democracy, we should be able to determine how we want to be governed by ourselves through our through the choices that we will have made for ourselves. So basically, if we have a truly independent electoral body, like we are talking about, they should be granted the powers to determine how they want to operate. Like I said the other time, once we have credible Nigerians who with good and enviable track record in places they have served before, they should be entrusted with the capacity to run our electoral system from cradle to grave without interference from another body, another government agency. Let them do it, just like the CBN is doing. There's no human being that is perfect. I'm not saying that we should look for complete saints to run our electoral system, but we should also be vigilant. As soon as we discover that somebody is capable of soiling his or her hands in the filthy, in the filthy jar of electoral corruption, manipulation, and the rest of them, evidence should be gathered against such a person. And as a matter of fact, the operations of the INEC itself should be guided by, by technology, that we monitor everything that is being done at every stage. And there should be backup system that cannot be manipulated by the same set of people. So once this is done, we have to begin to trust ourselves. Once we repose adequate trust in a set of people to govern our electoral system, let us put our trust, the trust. Let us put confidence. Let us repose adequate confidence in them. There will always be some fault here and there, but there should be consequences for wrongdoing. Every wrongdoing in the electoral system should be treated according to the enabling law. And the enabling law, I said, should be very strict on all of the offenses that are attached to the operations of INEC. So basically, we should repose adequate confidence in ourselves. They don't need to unbundle anything. They just have to operate within the administrative, purview of INEC.
Well, the 2027 elections is in 21 months. Hopefully, it's enough time to discuss and agree on what reforms should be implemented before then. Mr. Debo Adeniro, Chairman, Center for Anti-Corruption and Open Leadership, a call. Thank you for coming on the program and talking to us. That's it on this episode. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sport. As usual on the program, it's definitely going to be another exciting moment on the show. A moment that even after the show, you have a lot of reasons to go and visit us on all our social media platforms to get those parts of the program you miss. I have two important guests in the show, and these two guests from two different parts of the world. One from the side of the federal government and also a private sector. A lot of people have been talking about private sector and public sector involvement to enable a lot of things go forward. And I'm sure these investors, these entrepreneurs have done so well for themselves to really collaborate to ensure that equestrian sport gets to where it's. A lot of people are also surprised that we have equestrian sport in this part of our world. But without so much ado, let me go straight to Abuja, where we have the president of Equestrian Federation, that's Nigerian Equestrian Federation, talking about Dr. Anthony Obiora. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Also, in the studio with me is we have Madam Vanessa Asuni, who is also into equestrian services. She is the owner of Giddy Equestrian Services. A lot of things has to do with animals, horses, and Giddy horse ride. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. So we go straight, I'm sure a lot of our viewers are wondering, we go straight to Dr. Anthony Obiora. As the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation, what was it all about? Because it's still a sport that 90% of Nigerians don't know that such sport exists in this part of the world. What can you say about that?
Yes, thank you so much. Let me begin by saying that we're really happy to be on this platform. Thank you for the opportunity to, speak about these very important sports. Nigeria Equestrian Federation was established on the 9th of December 2022, and we are the governing body that regulates equestrian sports in Nigeria. We regulate the FEI equestrian disciplines. By these disciplines, I mean the show jumping, the dressage, the eventing, the vaulting, and endurance. These are new disciplines which we are trying to establish, trying to develop, and these are the Olympics disciplines. So we are working in hand with some stakeholders like the Giddy Up Riding Academy to promote these sports. And this is a sport that has a lot of following globally. I'm sure you must be aware that equestrian sports has huge economic impact globally, over $300 billion. And it is sad to say that Nigeria hasn't yet tapped into this enormous potential. So it's a good thing that is a wake-up call, and we are happy that platforms as yours is seeing the importance of having this discussion so that Nigeria begins to also tap into these enormous potentials.
Well said, and I'm sure a lot of people agree with that. But do you see any reason why we lack in the sport, why we are so behind? There's some sport that are local sport that you know that from generation to generations, there are sports that has been always around us. This equestrian sport, do you think it's a sport that has been with us in ages and we decide to leave it behind, or we have nothing to do with the sport from inception of the country?
All right, so equestrian sports, as you know, is an elite sport. It's very expensive, and it's not like it hasn't been in existence. It's a sport that has over a century existence. Prominently, we have the polo and the horse racing. These are the prominent equestrian sports we have in Nigeria until recently, when we decided to introduce these new disciplines. So it's a sport that is very expensive, and I believe it's one of the reasons why it hasn't gained that prominence, because of how expensive it is. People having access to horses is difficult. Horses are very expensive, and their maintenance and all that. But the good thing now is with the likes of Giddy Academy with the likes of other riding clubs that are coming up, and of course with the support of Nigerian Equestrian Federation and other stakeholders, we are trying to open up this access so that you don't necessarily have to own a horse before you can participate in equestrian sports. You can actually come to these riding academies or centers and register, and then you go through the training procedures and preparations towards competing. So the sport has been in existence, but access points and of course some other challenges, have made it not gain the required attention, such as funding and challenge, such as infrastructure. We have limited infrastructure across the country. We have also the quality of horse care is not as it ought to. So there are several challenges which we are trying to overcome. So that's why it hasn't been that prominent as it ought to.
Has there been any time given that you are aware of that the government, as the Nigerian government, and whether the state level, the local government level, or the federal level, has dedicated a particular fund or a particular time or a particular innovation to elevate the sport?
Yes, currently we are having several discussions with the ministries, the National Sports Commission, the Olympics Committee, and you see, the thing is, the existing equestrian sports, right, the polo and the horse racing are not Olympics disciplines. And I should also think it's part of the reasons why government have not really given the kind of support. Now, this industry, before now, like the polo, the horse racing, they haven't given it that economic outlook. Okay. Now, the federal government, with the coming on board of Nigeria Equestrian Federation, which has the Olympics registered discipline. Now, it means that people who participate in these sports can compete at the Olympics, and which is where the National Sports Commission, Nigerian Olympics Committee comes in, because now they can train athletes to participate in international events. So the government has actually shown serious interest, and we are having that discussion with the Olympics Committee. We are having that discussion with the National Sports Commission to promote the sport. So it's at the moment, I would say, gaining that required attention, but a lot needs to be done.
Well said. We will just come into the studio where we have Madam Vanessa Asuni here with us. You are from the private sector, and you obviously agreed to some of what you said. What brought you to the sport? Because it's obvious that you probably be the only one in Lagos or thereabout, not less than 5, doing this. What's the motivation behind a sport that lasts so much of followership?
Thank you. Equestrian sports and working with horses is something that requires the knowledge, the passion, and also a great deal of dedication. And this is one of the reasons why you don't see many people doing it. You have to bear in mind that we're working with live animals that are huge, and one really needs to know what they're doing in order to do it properly. So the way it started for me was that I started very young at 5.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we had something called the Ikeja Saddle Club here in Lagos, and my parents were members of that club. I started riding there, fell in love with horses, and was able to turn my passion into a career by starting the Lagos Polo Club Riding Academy and then Giddy Up Horse Riding Academy. So those are the 2 riding facilities, academies that are available here in Lagos.
Well, sir, and probably for a sport like this, there'll be so much challenges. For you on the private sector angle point of, what have you done to overcome these challenges?
You see, we don't look back, we keep going. And because I'm fueled by passion, there's no need to wait for anybody. And once they see what is happening now, they're seeing what we're doing, they're seeing how Giddy Up is empowering the youth, not just those that are able to afford equestrian sports, like Dr. Obiora and you stated correctly. It is quite an expensive sport. So what we do at Giddy Up is we also empower the youth. We empower those kids who on a normal day would not even dream of coming near horses, which is why we have our equine youth empowerment program. So kids from the barracks, kids that would usually not do it, we bring them in, we train them, we teach them how to ride in exchange for, you know, helping out at the stables with the horses in their free time.
Obviously, you have. Let me bring Doctor into this particular conversation now. She has stated so well what she's doing and the passion. On the side of the government, is there any model avenue or a model infrastructure in place to also encourage those that we want to be part of this? Like she has rightly stated, a passion. So far, so good. Has there been anything on the side that the government have pushed to the forefront that will probably enable people like her to continue their passion?
All right, so we are currently making some propositions to the federal government and state governments to develop infrastructures for equestrian activities in the states and the federal level. And like I mentioned, it's a sport that hasn't gotten the required attention until recently. But the federal government is we actually proposing to set up a national equestrian center.
Okay.
It's part of the proposition the federation put in to open up that access point for clubs, for youth, and even for international events to hold. Because as it is now, assuming there's an international event is to hold, we don't even have a very standard equestrian center that we can use for such. Yes, we do have some polo club has their own pitch, horse racing pitch and all, but for also these new disciplines, we don't have a center that we can actually have such sports. So we are having discussions with the federal government to maintain some of the existing infrastructures in the states, equip them with infrastructure, equip them with what the youth can use for their training and performance. And then also setting up the National Equestrian Center that would open up that, gives you that international link, so that if tomorrow the FEI wants to host an international event in Nigeria, such centers can, be a place. Especially also as we are looking at beginning the Nigeria Equestrian League next year. It's also a league that can attract investment and that can open up the sector as well.
Okay, well said, Doctor. And Vanessa, let's not look. What's the he was also there when the second edition. What's the whole equestrian giddy game what's all about? Because we saw a lot of different kind of horse races. Tell us about.
Okay, so the Giddy Up horse riding and show jumping competition is for, the kids to come and showcase their talents and what they've been doing. So equestrian sports and horse riding is not just something you do. It's more of a lifestyle. It's a hobby. It's something that you keep doing. These kids eventually want to be able to own their own horses and, take care of the horses and keep riding. Horse riding has so many benefits. So we had the obstacle course competition for those that were on the lower level that can't jump yet. And this showcased how well they're able to control their horses. We also had the show jumping on junior division and senior. So for the seniors, we allowed the kids from our Equine Youth Empowerment Program to come and also showcase, and which we gave cash prizes to them, thanks to our sponsors. So this is what it's all about.
So, what areas do you think we need the president and the public sector to encourage such sports? Now that Dr. Obiora was there yesterday, from the government's angle of collaboration, what role do you need the government to do to strengthening the sport in the country?
Well, that's a very good question. I think Dr. Obiora is on track when he says we need a center that actually knows exactly how to groom these youths to learn about the whole equestrian sports and just the facilities, the horses. I'm also very big on animal welfare. It's not just about getting horses and keeping them there. It's, can you maintain the horses? Can you maintain the facility? Are you able to, give them the proper care so that when people see, if you see our horses, they're very well looked after, and we put a lot, that comes first. Without the horses, there's no equestrian sports. So it's very important to put these animals who are serving us, giving us the opportunity to do this, put them first. The people that are taking care of the animals also take care of them and empower them, teach them the right ways and the wrong ways. And when we're able to do that, everything will go smoothly.
The other parts that I need to say before I come to Dr. Obiora is there's a connection between some of the riders and the horses. How long does it take to connect? Because I know for a dog, the connection is maybe divine. But for horses, does it come that way? What does it take for a child to get connected to an horse? Because I can see some of the child controlling the horse, and the horse is really obeying some of them.
Yes, that's a very good question. And to answer that, the horses are even more intelligent than dogs. They recognize sense. They recognize people. They remember. And they know they can sense everything. They know who is scared, they know who is anxious, which is why we have something like equine assisted therapy. So if you, at our event, we actually had one of the riders compete who is on the spectrum, and he comes and rides and he loves it, he enjoys it, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be able to give this kind of opportunity to kids in this part of the world.
And I'm sure there's so much you need to do to ensure, and that should be for Dr. Obiora right now, there's so much the government needs to do to ensure that the sport penetrates. Is there an initial resistance of interest in the sport? I mean, there should be so much to do on the grassroots. What do you think the role the government needs to entail that the sport gets to the grassroots, even if not in practice, in knowledge?
All right, I can tell you that we don't have resistance. There are lots of interest. Actually, there are lots of interest among youth. We've had some grassroots programs across the country, and the enthusiasts are very passionate. One thing about this sport is passion, and that passion can drive you to any length. So we could see that passion among the youth who want to get involved. And by the way, Nigeria has a rich cultural heritage in horses.
Definitely.
It's a heritage that has spanned over a century. So it's not new to us. It's something that we love. But then with the right collaboration, with the right investment, with the right support from the government, and truthfully, it's not just about the government, because the government has lots to do, So that's why we are really encouraging the private sector to come in and support, sponsorship, training, providing this infrastructure and all. And it's something that can really open up the equestrian space, create opportunity, job opportunities, and even boost local economies. So it's a big space, it's a big sector that with the right support will really do a whole lot. In one of our conversations, I did mention that this sport has the potential of bringing in about $500 million annually into the coffers of Nigerian economy. This is the fact, when it's properly harnessed.
Well said, but one aspect I think probably will do so well for development of the sport is train the trainers. I saw there were 3 judges on that day, and how many of the judges do we have, or how many of the technical know-how person is the federation having, or what are they doing in ensuring that other people get to know about the sport, and training the trainer kind of scheme that will also I tell you, it's a big privilege for me. My years of sport journalism, broadcasting, this is my first time of having anything to do with this sport. So what's the government the role of the federation doing to ensure that there's always a trainer training the trainer scheme to ensure that people know the rules? Because journalists, we need to put down our reports, we need to write the technical, who won, how the scores are being counted. What role is the federation doing in regards to that?
All right, so the federation has a national coaching program.
That's
level 1, level 2, and level 3. So it's a national program for people who are interested. Currently, we have about 20 coaches and judges who have undergone this training. So, and it's an ongoing program, and it's open to every individual who is interested to be part of this industry. So it's a program well structured that takes you from grassroots to advanced level of coaching and officiating the events.
Okay. So, Dr. Obera, Vanessa Asuni, we'll go on this quick break. Where we come back, there'll be so much question to ask, and definitely to get a lot of people aware about this beloved and noble sport. Don't go away. It's TV360 Sport Nigeria. Welcome back. Still 360 Sport. If you want to be part of the program, you can join us on all our social media platforms where the conversation never ends. And if you're just joining us, we have Vanessa Asuni, who is the founder of Equestrian Giddy Up Services, and the Federation president, that's talking about Dr. Obiora Anthony, who is the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. On the final note today, I want to go with Vanessa to tell us the list of 1 or 2 things that can just change the sport around under 2 years.
Okay. So this exposure that we're having is great for equestrian sports. This is something that will really put us on the platform and enable us to cement our youth in that global equestrian space. It's something that once people are more aware of, we know that they will want to come and do it. And with the support of our government, it will really help us, accelerate this goal, and also the support of the Nigeria Equestrian Federation as well.
Okay. Also, Doctor, I want to use example of the Archery Federation, which have been involved for a very long time in the development of the sport. So there's a lot of issues going on between the Archery Federation presidents and also the stakeholders. Something I'm aware of, and I've played a great role in that. Meanwhile, while everything is going on, there's so much of private sector that has made archery go beyond the federation. How much are you going to collaborate with so much of your private sector, like Giddy Equestrian Services and the rest? How much support are you willing to give? Because I know that the private sector in this part of our country always do so much innovation that also encourage the public sector. So tell us about what you tend to do to ensure that it is not just the private sector involvement, the government will always support, like you support, collaborated with Madam Vanessa Asuni.
All right, thank you very much. So the Nigerian Equestrian Federation is open to collaborations because we believe this is one of the ways these sports can thrive and gain the accelerated attention it requires. And like you rightly pointed, we collaborated with the Giddy Up Riding Academy. We sanctioned this event because we want to encourage them. We want to encourage the Riding Academy to do more. And because we want to make this event known globally, we want to make this club known globally. We want to showcase them to the world and inform the world that what they're doing, we are in support. It increases their credibility. It gives them that national recognition. So we are also open to every other riding club across the country who are interested in developing this sport. We are also open to other private sectors. The people also, the private sector that also want to get involved, and we have that collaboration. Like Nigerian Equestrian Federation has collaborations with different other stakeholders. We have collaboration with Kano Polo Club.
So, Doctor, in the next 2 years, where will we be seeing this sport before we round up the show? Where should we be seeing? Is there a trajectory for where we should be expecting the sport in the next 2 years?
Yeah. In the next 2 years, we envision this sport gaining the required attention. We envisage in 2 years, Nigeria should be in the first World Equestrian Games. We already have one of our members who is pursuing his qualification. And we are very, very also certain that Nigeria will be in the next Olympics in 2028. So these are part of the things we are positioning for this federation and for Nigeria entirely.
Yes, this is all we take on today's program. It's been a wonderful time. I want to say a big thank you to my two guests. One in the studio here, on my left is Vanessa Asuni, and in Abuja is Dr. Anthony Obiara, who is the president of Nigerian Equestrian Federation. And we want to thank you for giving us your time and for the development of the sport in the country. Thank you very much, Vanessa Asuni. Thank you very much, Doctor, for giving us your time. Yes, if you check your time, it's time to round up today's program. It's been wonderful. Like I said earlier, you want to join us? You can join us on all our social media platforms where the conversation never stops. For everything that has to do with equestrian services, you can join us on our YouTube page to also listen again, watch this wonderful program, and probably the first TV station to talk about equestrian services in Nigeria. Thank you very much, our viewers. Same time next week, we'll be giving you all what you need to know in the world of sports. Bye for now.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Hello and welcome. In recent times, there's been a surge in mass defections, particularly among serving lawmakers and high-profile politicians from the three leading opposition parties of the country, especially the People's Democratic Party, PDP, the Labour Party, and the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. And all these defections have actually happened, they've actually gone one way, let me put it that way. I mean, members are leaving these parties and all heading to the ruling All Progressives Congress. Now, soon after the defection of the PDP members in Delta State, including the governor, Sharif Abarawari, his deputy and his commissioners have defected from the main opposition PDP to the APC. 3 senators also from the PDP in Kebbi State recently defected to the ruling APC. In fact, they announced that on the floor of the Senate. And some of these senators are have been long-term members of the Senate. Now, and of course, you know, one of them used to be the governor of Kebbi State. So a big talking point. In the House of Representatives as well, we've seen PDP and NNPP members formally dumping their party in their respective states now to join the APC. The APC now enjoys a commanding lead in the National Assembly, signaling a shifting political landscape as opposition parties continue to lose ground to the ruling party. In their separate letters, the lawmakers cited ongoing internal wrangling within the PDP and NNPP as the reason for their decision to leave the party. The APC now has, has actually been criticized for coercing members of opposition parties and trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state. But of course, the ruling party has dismissed the allegation, asking the opposition to put their house in order. Well, let's discuss all of this further. I'm now being joined on the program by Abubakar Kalgo, who is the Secretary, PDP Kebbi State Chapter. He joins us from Burning Kebbi, that's the Kebbi State capital. Also here in the studio with us is Nelson Ekujimi, who is a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me come to you, Mr. Kalgo. Losing 3 senators from your state same day, and one of them, that's the former governor of the state, Alero. That must be a very, very big loss for your party.
Deji, thank you for having me in this time. I'm Abubakar Bawa, Secretary PDP Kebbi State. Defection of 3 senators from our state, well, has come maybe to outsiders, they may be surprised, but to us, we are aware and we are following, we knew they are going to defect.
So what exactly is the problem? Why do you think these senators left your party?
Well, sincerely, defection to another party for everyone, it is a setback to that party, no matter what. But if you are following the PDP in Kebbi State, the defection of these senators is not surprising, and it does not touch anything or does not affect the PDP in Kebbi State. You know, formerly they were in the APC. They were rejected in that APC to the extent of one of them has contested under the APC. He get 0 votes during the primary elections. They ran to us, they seek for our mandate, and we feel they can add something, or they can add an irrelevance to the PDP during the 2023 general elections. So we have accommodated them with the expecting that they may change, because it is the habit of Governor Aleru. It is the habit of Aleru for defection. That is habitual since you do defect from one party to another. But this time around, when he came, we accommodated him. We were expecting him to change, but he did not.
Is there a problem in the PDP in Kebbi State that that you're finding difficult to resolve, and that's the reason why some of them are leaving?
Well, as a leader or as somebody who has come to the party and enjoy its ticket, its mandate, and those party faithful, they have voted for him. If there is any problem in the party, we are expecting them to stand and make sure the party is corrected, not that they will defect to the other party, especially with the situation that APC brings the Nigerians into. So we are very disheartened and very unfortunate for them. We don't expect them to do this. If there is any problem within the party, I think they are to stand and make sure the party stands on its feet.
So, but going forward now, tell me how this, their defection now. There's no question at all that it will affect your party in the state. But how much of effect do you think it will have on your party?
Hello?
How much of effect do you think their defection will have on your party? That's the party in your state, the PDP in your state.
Sincerely, the campaign of Senator Adamu Alero and others did not affect our party. We stand on our feet, and I assure you, the whole party rules are there. Nobody defected and follow them.
And Nelson, let me bring you in here. There's no question at all. Adamu Alero is a big-time politician. Has been governor on 2 terms, and he is one of the big. I would say one of the big fish. One of the big fish now that the PDP was really proud to have in its fold, and now he's left. What do you think could be driving this? High-profile PDP members to the APC?
Well, thank you very much. Well, the defection is a constitutional right. The Electoral Act even recognizes it, that a elected member can defect if his party is in crisis. And the defection of somebody of Senator Adamu Alero and others in Kebbi State is one that will change
three senators, three of them.
Three of them is one that will change the political dynamics of that state. And the reason for defecting by some of them cannot be, placed on a single factor. You can say the defection can be traced to the crisis that has bedeviled PDP since 2023 general elections. You recollect that the party became factionalized, and as we speak, things have not returned to normal. You also talk about the Labour Party, for example. That party is also factionalized, that they have about 3 factions. Then you also talk about the NNPP. So some of these politicians who are defecting from this party are doing it for their own self-interest. Some are doing it because of their political ambition. Some are also doing it, because of the fact that internal democracy has collapsed in their party, and they don't want to go with a sinking ship. So when you look at all these factors, you know very well that these political heavyweights who are decamping, for them to have, been elected on those tickets, also tells you a lot about, their clout that they have in their constituency. You talk about somebody like Senator Adamu Alero, a 2-term governor of Kebbi State. This is not his first time as a senator, maybe the second or third.
He's been in the Senate.
So this is somebody that you can beat your chest and say he knows the politics of Kebbi State, like the palm of his hands. So when these politicians defect, I think the most appropriate thing for parties from which they have defected to do is to look in the mirror and see what is driving members away from. Because in politics, like we say in our local parlance here, it is about Benwewa, bring your mouth here, let us all rub mind together, not Benwe some, take your mouth elsewhere. So in political party is supposed to aggregate, followers. But when we see situations where critical stakeholders in the political party are jumping ship, that is a cause for worry. And that is exactly what one expects the PDP to be doing now, rather than this bogus claim of the ruling party trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state. That does not exist at all.
We're going to talk about that issue of, the accusation now that the ruling party is trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state. But let me come to you, Mr. Kalgo. I know your party plans to, at least recapture power in Kebbi State, produce the next governor, the next election. But with these defections now that we have seen, 3 key senators leaving your party, don't you think that would hamper your chances, the chances of your party now in, recapturing power in Kebbi State in the next election?
Okay, Mr. Deji, in Kebbi State, PDP is strong and deeply rooted. I mean, at the grassroots. PDP is there at the grassroots. With the defection of these senators, I assure you our people are very much disheartened with them. So instead of feeling discouraged, our people are now courageous, which we have been receiving their calls here and there, which we have been receiving their calls that we shouldn't be shaken. Inshallah, they are together with the PDP and they will make sure Aleru does not make any relevance in the next elections. And we have so many plans. By now, we have already calls of our stakeholders, those who remains in the PDP, excluding the 3 senators. We sat with them and we have mapped a strategy that we are going to reach all the grassroots and make sure that PDP become strong.
Are you sure in the coming days or weeks we're not going to see more members leave your party?
You said?
I said, are you sure that in the coming days and weeks more members will still not leave your party to the APC?
Our members are still remains in the party. They don't have any intention of defecting. Nobody is going to follow Aliru to APC. What APC did to the people, especially in my state.
So you're very sure. You're very sure that nobody will leave. That this is the end. After now, nobody will defect.
And it's been our people has the intention of following. They will have followed by now. They will leave PDP by now. On the day that Aliru left the PDP, we have called a press statement. We have addressed our people on that very night and on that very hour that he has defected to APC. We have addressed our people.
But tell me what you feel about what is going on in your party at the national level. I mean, you must feel very sad about it.
What's happening in the national? Hello?
Yeah, I said, tell me how you feel about what is going on in your party at the national level. I'm talking about the national PDP now. I mean, the leadership crisis we see. What do you make of it? I mean, you must feel very sad about it.
Recently, the stakeholders of the PDP met. They have formed a reconciliation committee under the leadership of Senator Bokola Saraki.
Yep.
They are working tirelessly to see that PDP comes into being.
So you're confident that the PDP will bounce back?
Inshallah. With this, I am sure. I assure you, PDP will bounce back and take over the national government.
Nelson, let me come to you. What do you think is the problem of the PDP?
The problem of the PDP, if we go back in history, the problem of the PDP today started prelude to the 2023 presidential election when the party had its primary. The political temperature in the country, favored the president coming from the south. And because the PDP, trying to be clever by half, produced Atiku Abubakar, who is also a northerner like the former president, who had spent 2 terms of 8 years in office. And so that divided the party going into that election. And that was why the party went into that election, a divided house, and lost. And the political, arrangements today, even though unwritten, in any of the parties is that the South should produce the president for the next 2 terms before it goes back to the North. And it is the lack of respect for that unwritten rule that has emerged the PDP in crisis. Don't forget also that The PDP faced similar crisis in pre-2015 when former President Goodluck Jonathan, who was supposed, after completing the term of late President Umaru Yar'Adua, who went for another term, and instead of him to have, to allow a northern candidate to emerge, also went into the ring, and everybody came together and they kicked him out. So unless and until politicians and political parties learn to live within their own rules that they have, by joint agreement, they have signed into, and not try to circumvent the rule because you have a deep pocket or because you feel your ambition is greater than that of any other person. So long that the PDP will be in that crisis. And as we speak today, you can see that the crisis in the PDP is far from being over. And you also look at a party like the Labour Party. People, a lot of politicians have always seen that party as a vehicle for achieving, is like an opportunistic vehicle for achieving personal ambition. You remember that in 2007, thereabouts, former Governor Olusegun Mimiko became governor of Ondo State 2 times under the Labour Party. And if a party like that is in crisis today, you want to ask, where are the elders in that party? Even the presidential candidate of the party.
The party has not been able to manage
at all.
The goodwill.
Yeah, yes, they have not managed it at all. So the party continues to swallow in that murky waters of internal contradictions. So it is the lack of internal democracy, the inability of the party to live according to the arrangement within the party, to live according to its rules, that gives birth to crisis that if care is not taken might sink the party, and that is exactly where we are going if corrections don't come early enough from those saddled with that responsibility.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Kalgo. Do you think the APC wants to turn Nigeria into a one-party state?
Well, in fact, that is what they are trying to do, which is very bad for democracy. It is very dangerous for democracy to have a one-party system in the country.
But are they forcing people to defect to them? It's not as if they are forcing those who are defecting. They are not being forced to come to them.
It is like forcing, because they are hunting them with EFCC and ICPC. Some of the people who are hunt with EFCC and ICPC, they have no option but to come to APC. If you could recall, when Adam Ashamole was the national chairman of APC, remember what he has said? Whatever is your thing, if you leave and come back to APC, your sin is forgiven.
But what is the evidence? What is the evidence on ground, for instance, that Adamolero does not have a case? I'm not very sure he has a case with the EFCC. The other 2 senators who joined him, do they have any case with EFCC?
Even the vice president aspirant or our vice president candidate who has come to APC, what is the reason behind his campaign? Isn't an EFCC that they are chanting him? So you have no option but to do that.
No, but I'm asking you that the senators from your state who defected to the APC, do they have anything to do? Did they have anything with the EFCC?
Those senators who has defected from to APC in our state, I have told you, it is their habitual. They always betray the party that has voted for them. This is not the first time for them to decamp. It is their habit.
Okay, so it's a habit.
I am telling you, they have lost respect and credibility in our state. They have lost that respect and credibility in our state.
All right. I'm very sure, as at last week, you wouldn't have said these of them until they defected. Anyway, that's just by the way. But Nelson, this talk about the APC, that's the ruling party trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state.
I think that is a cheap blackmail. No party or individual can transform Nigeria into a one-party state. We practice multi-party democracy, even at the grassroots level, not to mention at the national level. As we speak now, we have members of the NNPP in the Kano State Government House. We also have them in the National Assembly. We have members of the Labour Party. We have members of the PDP across all tiers of government in this country. So I wonder where this talk of one-party state is coming from. It is at variance with the reality of our political situation.
Maybe the APC should be saying no to those who want to defect.
Well, under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the right to associate is a legitimate right. So if the APC, in their wisdom, now decides that people want to join their party, don't forget, we practice multi-party democracy, and our democracy is about numbers. It's about gathering people. Because on the day of election, you are going to count votes based on the people that have voted for a party. So if a party finds you relevant, if a party finds you as adding value in terms of numbers to its political fortune, I don't see how that party can close its doors to you trying to become a member. So what we should admonish these parties that are losing members is to put their house in order and look at what they are doing wrong that has made their members to start jumping from their vehicle. Because in the past, even the APC in the past lost members to other parties. For example,
to the PDP.
To the PDP. For example, the present governor of Osun State, Demola Adeleke, was once a member of the APC before, he jumped to the PDP, and today he's the governor of PDP of Osun State under the platform of the PDP. So the talk about one-party state, I think people saying that need to be told that they can fool some of the people some of the time. They cannot fool all the people all the time. We are well in tune with the fact that our democracy is founded on multi-party, tenets. So it was pure blackmail. That's my opinion on it.
All right, gentlemen. I want to thank you very much for coming on the program. Thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar Kalgo, Secretary of the PDP in Kebbi State. Thanks a lot for your time. And Nelson Ekujimi, Political Affairs Analyst, thanks for coming on the program.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us and go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, in a bid to boost citizens' participation in elections, Nigeria's House of Representatives has passed for a second reading a bill to make voting in national and state elections mandatory for all citizens of voting age. The bill, jointly sponsored by Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and lawmaker representing Plateau State Daniel Asama Ago, was presented during Thursday's plenary as part of moves now to amend the Electoral Act 2022. Leading the debate during plenary, Asama Ago said the proposed legislation seeks to deepen democracy in the country through increased participation and legitimacy in electoral outcomes. The lawmaker cited countries like Australia, Belgium, and Brazil, where the governments have adopted mandatory voting with positive outcomes in terms of political participation and public accountability. Describing political apathy as a threat to good governance and national stability, Asama Ago assured that mandatory voting can significantly reduce the influence of vote buying now. He added that the rationale for this bill rests on the urgent need to revitalize democratic participation in Nigeria. Joining me now to discuss this is political affairs analyst and member West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, WADEMOS, Omorui Aigbe. He joins us from Abuja. Mr. Aigbe, thank you very much for coming on the program. Forcing people, because essentially that's what this means, compelling people to vote. I'm just wondering, what do you make of that?
It sounded more like a comedy. I mean, it's so we haven't even got to the point of strengthening our electoral system. Our electoral system is still been subjected to a lot of debate that there's no electoral integrity. Vote don't count. Maleficent at the polling unit. Voter suppression. And a number of issues that we need to do to strengthen our electoral system to build trust among citizenry. First, you need people who are even willing to vote before you make it compulsory to vote. If you have made all attempts to create and clean up our electoral system, and you make proposals that to make election compulsory, then people can be to listen that the country has done very well. There is no need that we are spending so much money in our processes and then turnout is low. Yes, the fact of the matter remains that turnout is low, and we have to agree on that.
Yeah.
The cost of election is increasing. People participating in the process are decreasing. In the 2023 election, there was a high level of voter suppression. About 28 million or thereabout turned out to vote. But in Lagos alone, the suppression that took place in Lagos is enough to even argue that you have not even protected voters. You are making them that they must vote. Even the Australia that is being talked about, or Bolivia, or Brazil. But let me stay with Australia. The proposal to make voting compulsory in Australia dates back to around 1915. Even in Australia, there are certain categories that are exempted. One, if you live about 500 meters away from a voting point, you can actually argue that you don't want to go and vote. It's far away. If you are sick, hospitalized, or there is a force majeure on election day, it rained heavily, and you don't want to go into the rain to vote. There are categories. Even the Australia had about 75% turnout of voters. Ghana does not have compulsory voting. The last election, they were even angry that its turnout nosedive, which amounted to about 60%. Before that time, in 2020 election in Ghana, it was 74%. No compulsory voting. It is a trust in the system that matters. Rwanda doesn't have compulsory voting. They are going about 94%. What Nigeria needs to do is to build trust. First, trust. A situation in which you have to go and queue up to collect your PVC. Many people, maybe including people who are listening to me now, have their PVC stock them in INEC offices because they don't have the energy to queue up and begin to mean. If you go to the point of collection of PVC, because INEC does not distribute, you have to come and collect. You have to sign one document. Now that INEC has proposed that the PVC, there will be no need to actually have that hard card PVC to come and vote, which is a very remarkable proposal going forward to try to increase voter turnout. Beyond that is early voting proposal. That there are category of us, including media organizations, military personnel involved in election day duty, who do not vote by circumstance because they play a role in the election. Early voting can cure that and increase the vote. Even though, early voting that happens before election, I may not support that. In Ghana has early voting proposal in their laws. But the early voters in Ghana 2024 election was insignificant. It was less than 1%, 0.0%. About 136,000 people registered to vote early in a population of 18-point-something million registered voters. So at the end of the day, what does Nigeria really need? One, clean up the system. Let our yes be yes and our no be no in the election. But let's avoid voter suppression.
But let me ask you this: but can this compulsory voting can it make some difference? Can it make some difference in voter apathy? Is there a chance that it could actually lead to an increase in the number of people who would normally come out on election day to vote?
Fantastic. So in Bolivia, evidence suggests that the introduction of compulsory voting increased the turnout. So you are forcing people wherever you are to come and vote. That same evidence suggests that more people started collecting money to come out and vote. So they will go, from all our evidence, particularly even in Egypt, some research suggests that people who did not want to vote, because you have made it compulsory, they went to the polling unit and trumpeted two parties. At the end of the day, they didn't want to vote because they don't prefer any of the candidates. So they ended up making their ballot to be rejected. So at the end of the day, you have 95% turnout. Meanwhile, the legitimate vote, that is what they call a valid vote cast, does not amount to the 90-something% turnout. So it's a weird scenario. Beyond that, in this country, there are individuals who went to register to vote who were not truly interested in voting. And the question is, how? So you know that INEC registration with the PVC is the only card. In fact, Ezewen Wango has explained this very fantastically well. That card, that PVC card, is the only card that you obtain free and can be used authentically in any. You can present a PVC anywhere, including opening a bank account, including other things. The PVC is an acceptable card and is free. Is the only free card. Other cards, you may argue that NIM is free, but I'm not sure you even have the NIM card, because all we have is the slip to date. The international passport, you have to pay for it. Driver's license, you have to pay for it. So there's a huge number of people who have gone to register to vote because they needed a card for other exigency. On that note, is on one side. Then there is another category of people. People have died. They are still on that ballot paper. You know, in this country, death registration is almost like, why would you go and register death now? It's almost culturally unacceptable. But how do you clean up a document that is about 93,000 registered voters? And we are not speaking to auditing of that ballot to know those who may have died. And how do you even do that? So you have to go and paste the registered voters in a particular location, which INEC does every election cycle. Paste it for claims and objection, but people don't report death. And do you know, if INEC just use reporting of death alone, people can go and report death, because we have also seen in this country where, in an attempt to change a party candidate, they have to go and print the poster, the obituary poster of those candidates, because they need to change them, because the law says for you to change a candidate, the candidate may have to die or something. So in an attempt to change candidate, political party actors went to print burial posters and submitted it to INEC. They went to get a death certificate and submitted to INEC until INEC discovered that it was all fake. So political parties and actors can do anything. They can actually go on the register and begin to list out names who are not in favor of them and report them for that they have died. That's on one side. Truly, there are dead people in the register. And beyond that, in the era of Japa syndrome, how many Nigerians, doctors, teachers, artisans, many people who have fled this country who registered to vote, are you going to prosecute them in absentia? There's a number of things. In Australia, I actually felt bad when I see honorable members making assertion with Australia. Even when we make the US example, we are very careful. Australia is a great democracy. It's one of those democracies that resonates with the countries like Norway, the Scandinavian. These are great democracies that implement the will of the people. These are democracies that don't buy votes. These are democracies that don't rig elections. These are democracies without violence in elections.
But then the question is, if compelling people to vote would make a difference in the turnout on election day, what's wrong with doing it?
No, we don't have a problem with doing it, but you have to take some steps one after the other. You don't give birth to a child today and expect the child to walk. I am saying that there is no trust in the system. You must build that trust first.
Trust first, yeah.
If people come out to vote and eventually their vote did not count, arguably, people say that the 2023 election, the expectation were cut short midway. And most of these category of people may not want to vote. So what do? You create an incentive. You can put penalty to say if you don't vote, why are they not using the Australian model? In Australia, it is on taxation, not on penalty, not 100,000 naira when you don't vote. So why can't we follow Australia to say if you don't vote, you will not enjoy government incentives? You and I know that people will just not vote because what government incentive is coming to them? What tax holiday will come to them? I mean, these are issues. If we need to even penalize anything, we should penalize defection of candidates, of elected officials. Penalize. If you defect from party A to party B, you go for 10 years. Can't we penalize the real thing? How can people queue on the line and vote for you under party A? Soon, you move to party B. And you are coming back to say you criminalize the people for not voting. Sometimes I'm just curious to understand what this. There are many laws that can improve our elections. One, it is time for Nigeria to move to electronic voting.
Yes,
I am not talking about internet voting. Most people always talk about when you mention electronic voting, they quickly rush to internet voting. Hacking, this, that. See, there's electronic voting that requires voters to turn out at the polling unit.
Yes, I have seen that in the US.
Vote, in 2018, I mean, in the US, there's a model and there's also the ballot paper.
Yes.
But there's a trust in the US. And that's why sometimes I'm curious not to use the US model, just like the way I'm avoiding the Australian model. In the US, there is trust. People post their ballot from Afghanistan to the US, and it counts. People post their vote. You post your ballot from Nigeria to the US, and it counts. If you post ballot from America to Nigeria for a Nigeria election, I'm sure that you and I will not allow it to happen. So, an electronic voting in this that will enhance trust is one. Go to the polling unit. Once you cast your vote, you get a paper ballot tray, and still put that ballot paper in the ballot box. You can only do with internet when you have done with the results the recounting. Make sure that they want the result, the ballot on the box align with the vote electronically. When that is done, party officials, police, observers agree that this is the same thing. It tallies. You write the result on the form EC8A, and you transmit that from EC8A online. We are already doing electronic mechanism in our process. Just move to the voting. Number one, it will reduce cost. We have had that conversation, Mr. Deji, if you remember, that the cost of producing ballot in this country should even be criminalized. How can Nigeria waste so much money? And that's the essence of maybe making election compulsory. But rather than do that, we can reduce that cost by simply engaging electronic voting so that we cut cost of printing ballot papers that are not used. But before that, election must be seen to be free and fair. It's a perception thing. A situation in which the president is the sole appointee of INEC leadership does not even create room for trust. And the president, it is constitutional. I mean, we are not doubting it. It's his responsibility to appoint. But we are saying it doesn't even conflict. It's more like a conflict of interest. That the president participating in an election will appoint the referee of the election. But I know that the constitution make that for him, but or for the president, not necessarily because it's President Bola Tinubu today. It is a constitutional provision that other presidents have enjoyed. But historically, we are already beginning to see that it is impacting on our trust system. The president just appointed some national commissioner, about 2 of them. One of them, go and do the background check on one of them. He worked for INEC. He was in charge of logistics in INEC. And now that fellow was in charge of logistics is now a national commissioner appointed by a political actor. What message does that send? These are some of the trust issues. In the U.S., we have never seen INEC declaring an election in the U.S. We have never seen it. In Australia, you don't see an INEC. In Kenya, after the 2007-2008 conflict arising for their election, they came back and resolved an issue in their constitution, part of constitutional amendment, to create an independent body for the appointment of their IEBC, that's the Independent Election Boundary Commission.
Okay.
It is not the president that select those who are members of that commission. It is a committee or a panel. The panel is made up from nominees from the government party, opposition parties, and all of that, including civil society. They agree, they advertise the role. That's what makes it an independent National Electoral Commission. The way it is now, it is not truly, because the appointees, the power to appoint persons into that commission. See,
let's end it. All right. I'm afraid we just have to leave it there. Omori Agbe, thank you very much for your time. And unfortunately, we're out of time. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred. But truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, amid calls for reforms in Nigeria's judicial system, the National Judicial Council, NJC, recently made a significant move that may reshape the future of judicial appointments nationwide. For the first time in a long while, the NJC has invited members of the public to comment on the suitability or otherwise of candidates shortlisted for appointments into various judicial offices across the country. Now, the new openness in the recruitment process is expected to promote transparency, public trust, and judicial accountability in line with global best practices. Now, legal luminaries in the country have reacted to this move by the NJC. The senior advocate of Nigeria, Monday Ubani, says by allowing the public to contribute to the vetting of judges, the NJC has shown its willingness to deepen democratic participation and rebuild public confidence on the bench, especially as the nation's judiciary faces intense criticism. He also commended the NJC's readiness to embrace transparency and to allow the people who are the ultimate beneficiaries of justice to have a say in who sits in judgment over them. Well, joining me now to discuss more on this is Monday Ubani himself, senior advocate of Nigeria. He joins us from Benin. Mr. Ubani, thank you very much for coming on the program. So you've highlighted, some of the, should I say, the advantages or the pros of this new initiative by the NJC. But can you shed more light on it? Why you think this is actually the best move that the NJC has made?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Deji. The most important thing for me is the sensitiveness of the NJC to public reaction on the recruitment process of judges in Nigeria. You know that over time there has been these criticisms that the recruitment process of judges in Nigeria lacks transparency, and that there is undue preference for mediocrity in favor of meritocracy. You know that most judges are either children, nieces or cousins of very important personalities in the country. There has been this criticism over time. And the truth of the matter is also that there is a falling standard in terms of quality of delivery, in terms of quality judgment. If you compare it to what we used to have in the 80s and in the 70s, So the NJC is also worried concerning the recruitment process, and they have come up as since we are sensitive to input when people make suggestions. Now we will need input of members of the public, the stability of any of those nominees. Anytime we publish names of those we want to employ, we will need input, because these people, you live with them, and one way or the other you must have had an experience with them, while in their judicial function and all that. So you have a right now to make an input, and they will take that into consideration. So I think that it's something that is worthy of commendation. I mean, in other countries, judges are even elected. There is a process of making sure that before you become a judge, member of the bench, you pass through rigorous process of getting you in. You must be a person of unquestionable character and unquestionable learning and the integrity. These are issues, we have,
but don't you think this is also
so I'm very happy that NJC
don't you think this may create problems too for the NJC? Because when appointments are announced and then you have to wait for members of the public to make their comments before probably confirming the appointments and all of that. I mean, you could have situations where even those who do not like you, not because you are not good, but probably just do not like you, they may put in petitions, and that this could, lead to, they may put in comments now, and that this could lead to delays and sometimes confusion, if you like, where you would have a number of people speaking for and against an individual and all of that.
What it means that there's going to be timeline for all this. And of course, they are not ignorant of the fact that there may be abuse in the process where people, just out of sheer jealousy, just want to defame a character, who want to say anything that is clearly unsubstantiated against a nominee. And that's why they say that, look, the process is that you must put whatever you want to say against a candidate in a verifying evidence, meaning that you must swear an oath to an oath that this is the truth. Truth are the facts that you know to be true. So if they find out that there's no truth in whatever you are, of course you will be subject to perjury. You'll be tried for perjury because it's a very serious business. You don't come and begin to run down a personality or character of an individual just for the sake of it. We have had similar, even when you are being vetted for censorship. There have been petitions where people just write unnecessary because of the fact that you have disagreement with somebody. You just now feel that this is an opportunity to get to that person by writing unsubstantiated allegation. If you do that, because they always throw it out. So I'm saying this one is going to be under verifying affidavit. So you swear an oath that what you're saying is the truth. And you find out that you are lying, of course you'll be charged for perjury. And so it's not something that will create any unnecessary problem for the system. And as I said, the position is that it's good. There will be a timeline for that. They have timeline within which to dispose of any public complaint. If you have anything, say it under, then you'll be called upon to come with your documentary or oral evidence to substantiate. If you can't substantiate that within that timeline, the matter will be dismissed, and then you face the legal consequences of lying against the nominee. So that's what I think. So there won't be much problem. It's good to have that input, because there are many personalities, they have actually deployed into the judiciary that are not, their characters and all that, is questionable.
Now, doesn't the NJC on its own also carry out some kind of vetting before these appointments are confirmed?
They are not God. They are human beings, they are limited, times or space and the other factors. So that's why they say, look, do you have any, you may be living in the same neighborhood with this individual that you want to make a choice. Is there any adverse comment you want to make concerning? Is there anything you know that we don't know? They will do theirs, quite all right. But information from the members who may have done one thing or the other with these nominees will go along with it. So they are not God. They can't know everything concerning an individual. So we're throwing it open. But as I said earlier, the issue of abuse, and I share your sentiment, I also share your concern, that we must be very careful not to use the opportunity to defame characters and then run down a personality and create a doubt in the mind of members of the public, about a personality that has been nominated for such an onerous, responsibility. It's a very grievous responsibility that for you to be a judge, and somebody has no reason whatsoever to run down that individual because you have maybe a business agreement, that did not work out, or you have had a quarrel with him or her and all that, then you now feel that this is the time for me to get at that individual. If you do that without any serious evidence to back up whatever you are saying, you go down for it. You go down, and so that system must also take care of those who want to lie against a nominee.
So how does this actually build confidence in the judiciary?
Now, what it does, and as I said earlier, is in accordance with best global practice. we have it in other countries where even judges are elected.
Elected, yes.
There is an input of, yes, people are, you have an input as to who, it's a responsibility that, it's a society driven. You are coming to render public service. You are coming to adjudicate on matters of, between parties. This is issue of justice. So it's not something that is consigned primarily to lawyers and judges themselves. Members of the public must have an input as to the character. Apart from the issue of the law, the integrity of the person coming to man the bench is also important. So people who live around you, who know you may have done one or two things, people in your church and all that, your mosque, who know this person, can say, look, we don't trust this person, or we trust him. Some people can put in on, yeah, this is the right choice. That this person has the knowledge, he has integrity, he has character. So these are issues. And so I see it as building confidence. A lot of people are no longer interested in coming to the judiciary for resolution of dispute because of lack of confidence. So people are losing confidence because of things that has been going on within the judicial sector. So this is part of the measures in order to ensure that we rebuild the confidence of Nigerians towards, after all, you had an input towards this man who has been made a judge. You made an input. The name was published. What did you know? And what did you say concerning him? Did you say anything? So you don't have any reason now to complain if the person turns out to be a bad judge. So it is a mechanism for building confidence. It's a mechanism for having an input of variety of persons towards the character of it. So if you pass through that process and you become a judge, just like to be a senior advocate of Nigeria, your names are published and people are asked to make an input of the character of this individual. So if you pass through that process and become a senior advocate, you are a leader in every respect. You have not been found wanting in character and in learning, and in every aspect of national life, you are qualified, and that's why we are gazetted, and that's why there are few in the country. So a judge passing through that process will once again guarantee the confidence that we need to rebuild concerning our judiciary, which over time now people are beginning to say negative things about. So I think it's something that is worthy of comment. Let's try it. Let's try the process and see how it goes. Rather than probably stop it, arguing against it at this.
It's really good. I mean, it's a good idea, something new, and there's nothing wrong in trying it. Let's also hope that the public will also play their role and take up the responsibility, because sometimes you have these things in place, but people don't actually use them. People don't take advantage of them at all to make comments or what have you. Let's hope the public too will play their own role. Mr. Monday Ubani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, thank you very much for your time, and thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
news, explosion rocks venue of Gateway Games 2024 in Ogun State. CBN takes cautious move, retains monetary policy rate at 27.50%. And as Labour Party crisis lingers, Abure faction threatens to expel represent House of Reps member Afam Ogene initiate his recall. Many thanks for joining us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Mr. Ladikun. There was tension at the Alake Sports Complex, one of the venues of the ongoing National Sports Festival in Abeokuta, Ogun State, the Ogun State capital, following an explosion. Eyewitnesses say a gas truck supplying the complex's generating set suddenly caught fire, triggering panic among athletes and spectators nearby. The development triggered panic, of course, as we earlier said, for the athletes and spectators who scampered to safety to avoid being caught up in the fire. No casualties have been confirmed. Let's hear more details of the incidents from our sports correspondent, Mudashiru Shitu, who is in Ogun State. Mudashiru, what can you tell us about this gas explosion? What exactly caused this gas explosion, and were there any serious damages?
Thank you very much, Simi. There's not a serious damages. Information getting to us is the fact that a petrol tanker from who came to disburse fell at the Alake Sports Center, was actually in the center where the sport activity was going on. At the process of fueling the generator set that powers the complex, there was a little bit of explosion, which caused about a fear around those in that vicinity. So as we speak right now, there's nothing to show any casualty or any issues, and the authorities have actually put this incident in place and in check. But it was something that caused fear amongst athletes, spectators, and a lot of people at the Alake Sports Center.
Now, we hear that emergency responders are on ground to contain the situation. How is that going?
Yes, they're trying to every other thing in control from what we can, information we can get. And in the media center, it was that the state government and the MOC are putting everything under control as we speak. And information coming from the media center is that there's no need to panic, that it's just accidental.
Thank you very much, Mudashiru Shitu, for the update.
Thank you very much, Simi.
That was our correspondent in Ogun State giving us details on the explosion that rocked one of the venues of the ongoing Gateway Games in Ogun State. Moving on, operatives of the Department of State Services, DSS, have arrested an alleged kidnap kingpin, Sonny Galadi, at the Sultan Abubakar International Airport in Sokoto as he attempted to board a flight to Saudi Arabia for the 2025 Hajj pilgrimage. Galadi was apprehended at the Hajj terminal during a routine screening exercise ahead of his departure. Also confirming the arrest, a top official of the Sokoto State Pilgrims Welfare Agency, Farouk Umar, clarified that the suspect was not part of the Sokoto pilgrims. Umar explained that the DSS screening is part of a broader agreement with state pilgrim agencies to ensure a secure environment for the Hajj operations. The arrest of Galadima comes less than 24 hours after another kidnap kingpin who had been declared wanted for alleged involvement in high-profile kidnappings across Kogi State and Abuja was apprehended at the Hajj camp in Abuja. For the second consecutive time this year, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has retained the monetary policy rate, which benchmarks interest rates in the country at 27.50%. This decision is part of outcomes of the Apex Bank's 300th Monetary Policy Committee meeting held on Tuesday, where the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso revealed that the committee retained the cash reserve ratio at 50% and the CPC.
Has done TPS animal offensive list and the day acts names taking the development mark indicate which is board ratios and 2 million growing Nigeria Academy win as well as
25% to 10 million round P as 100 minus 100 stage deposits and bank at 10%.
References in Australia National Estate 1.5 22% reach so-called drug or food and accurate minute not in skin or driven regulations are terrorist resistant in English is economic.
They prove what the sector into contact. Reserves in 90% to 3.2 billion 6 from 30 billion at March 20.
Broad outlook being denied more even interest invest and than economy while actually body the month so area when we get directed to see public and
lawyers we need to repeat strategy doing things take what that we constant as past months with one continued action successful in so badly time.
But triple opposite is no in current and Flora TV.
Prince would resulting to news on the decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. And Century here on effect lightning you have measures in down.
Hello, can
you can.
Okay, so in terms of policy in advance, I think on difficult the lack of the driving area. The particular if push on the on the side, you still like you control working of like trend 1 trillion and 6 just 3 years one actually. It's like the all those issues concern food processing use the mixed that ability to key drive exchange and yes those two have and paying for PMC. It looks like to have head rate in setting the policy. I think that will can be regarding issue but effective.
And then what CBN has now pet.
If you look at the price, whether the people the share rate is saying, so if we really want to talk about competitiveness, we have to talk about the value that you can create with it in terms of managing the price determination process. Absolutely. We've gotten to a point now where investment flows can come into the country with some level of assurance that there will be stability. So if you look at competitiveness from that perspective, the perspective that, if I want to compare the Nigerian economy, the Nigerian economic environment, the market dynamics in Nigeria, I want to compare that to maybe Ghana, I want to compare that to South Africa, maybe Egypt, then yes, you would say that things are much better now than where we were 2 years ago. So we can attract portfolio investors better now just because of the measures that the central bank has put in place in terms of the forex code and transparency, price mechanism, and all of that. So from that perspective, I would agree with the CBN governor.
Economic expert and principal partner at Woodridge and Scott Consulting. Thank you very much for your contribution as always. Following the crisis that disrupted the conduct of the recent Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, the House of Representatives Committee on Basic Education Examination Bodies has called for an independent investigation into possible human errors. Speaking at a World Press Conference in Abuja on Tuesday, Chairman of the committee, Honorable Ofoji Oboku, said the committee is working closely with the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, on critical reforms aimed at restoring the credibility of the examination process. According to him, one of the key measures under consideration is the deployment of independent monitors across all 6 geopolitical zones to ensure transparency and accountability in future UTME exercises. The lawmaker commended JAMB Registrar Professor Ishak Oloyede for his transparency and public apology, but maintained that the errors were entirely avoidable and pointed to institutional failure.
We sincerely apologize on behalf of the examination body JAMB to all Nigerians. The committee recognizes the courage and sincerity of JAMB Registrar Professor Ishak Oloyede for accepting the fault on behalf of his team and apologizing to the parents, candidates, and the nation in general. However, this human error were avoidable because it was out of negligence by JAMB. The committee also appreciates the eagerness, the determination of Nigerian students in pursuing their education to improve the future of our country. JAMB has consistently made effort throughout the examination process, from registration to the release of results. Unfortunately, error which can arise unexpectedly occur this time. I would like to state unequivocally that the members of the National Assembly share this concern and extend their apologies to Nigerian public. We also call for an independent and thorough investigation into this matter. The committee has been making suggestions for reform to set a high standard in expertise in collaboration with JAM across the 6 geopolitical zones. To monitor this very important examination to avoid similar occurrence in the future. The movement towards accountability is not in the future, it is now. The government and the country, the educational system, which is a cornerstone of our future, cannot withstand another scandal.
As the leadership crisis in the Labour Party lingers, the Julius Abure faction has threatened to expel its member in the House of Representatives, Afam Ogene, and initiate a recall process against him. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the party's National Publicity Secretary, Obiora Ifo, accused Ogene of poor performance as a lawmaker elected on the platform of the Labour Party. He also claimed that Ogene had attempted to cyber-bully the Attorney General, the police, and the leadership of the party in what he said was clearly a political matter. Ifo also called on the police high command to immediately invite and interrogate the lawmaker to disclose the source of classified document he purportedly obtained from the office of the Attorney General of the Federation. We'll go on a short break, but still to come. We'll go on a short break, but when the news returns, Hungarian lawmakers approve bill to quit International Criminal Court. Stay with us for details.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi? Yes, sir. Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
Ndewo, sir. Ndewo.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is angel, not angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption.
Welcome back. Let's take you through our main stories. Tension heightened at the Alake Sports Complex, one of the venues of the ongoing National Sports Festival in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, following an explosion. Eyewitnesses say a gas truck supplying the complex's generating set suddenly caught fire, triggering panic among athletes and spectators nearby. We also informed you that for the second consecutive time this year, the Central Bank of Nigeria has retained the monetary policy rate, which benchmarks interest rates in the country at 27.50%. This decision is part of outcomes of the Apex Bank's 300th Monetary Policy Committee meeting held on Tuesday, where the CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso revealed that the committee retained the cash reserve ratio at 50% and liquidity ratio at 30%. In case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if this thing...
Let's join Tamilore Akinkuolie for the latest in the world of business. Over to you, Tamilore.
Thank you, Simi. Hello and welcome to Business News. Now, the federal government and Lagos state government have called for investment in production of local goods as well as consumption of made-in-Nigerian products to boost small and medium enterprises in the country. Speaking at the 16th meeting of the National Council on Industry, Trade and Investment, organized by the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, the Lagos State Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment highlights the urgent need to diversify the country's economy from over-reliance on oil. Now, TV360's correspondent Victoria Konde completes the story in this next report.
Recent global shifts in energy policies, coupled with declining oil demand and volatile crude prices, have underscored the urgent need for Nigeria to reduce its reliance on oil revenues. At the state level, the Lagos state government says it is already making efforts at creating an enabling environment that will attract investment, support industrial growth, and empower businesses to thrive. While advocating more investment in producing local goods and consuming them rather than relying on importation of foreign goods, the Lagos State Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Folashade Ambrose, urges both federal and state governments to explore new markets, unlock the potential of the country's youthful population, and embrace the digital economy as a catalyst for industrial and trade expansion.
Our strategy is rooted in two far-reaching frameworks. One, the proposed Lagos State Industrial Policy, LSIP, 2025 to 2030, which redefines industrialization as a deliberate, inclusive, and technological-driven enterprise focused on local value addition, manufacturing excellence, and green industrial growth.
In his address, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, says Nigeria must swiftly implement necessary measures to diversify its economy.
Build up labor-intensive sectors, all right? And of course, produce locally for domestic consumer market. I made a reference earlier on that economic activities are in 3 planks: production, consumption, then exchange or trade in between. Now, my recommendation with respect to production is that we should look at what India did. India began to promote a concept. They called it Make in India. Not made, Make in India. Which speaks to the fact that we make our geography conducive to manufacturers to produce within India. Now the same thing can be done by every subnational.
Other speakers urged the governments to adopt policies that will make Nigeria's manufacturing sector conducive for both local and international manufacturers.
Studies have indicated that flexible work hour arrangements within the clusters, and that's what our study shows, have led to improved employee performance and retention, highlighting the importance of adaptive human resource practices in manufacturing setting. However, like I said, challenges such as infrastructure deficit and overregulation by government agencies, 3 tiers of government agencies, persistently result in suboptimal performance. I move to another part of the country, Aba manufacturing cluster. The Aba policy measures and reducing bureaucratic hurdles are essential to create a more attractive environment for businesses within these clusters. Provision of tax incentives can encourage investments and growth, simplifying trade procedures and reducing import duties on raw materials will lower production costs and improve competitiveness.
All the speakers say Nigeria has the potential to become number 1 in Africa in the industrial sector. They also call on the government at all levels to aggressively explore the non-oil sector, which they argue holds strong potential for revenue generation, job creation and economic transformation. Victoria Akonde, TV360 News, Lagos.
We're going to short break here and be back with stock market reports. Nigeria's equities market saw a modest rebound on Tuesday, gaining 0.03% or approximately 20 billion naira in market value, as previously cautious investors returned to buying mode following the outcome of the central bank's 300th Monetary Policy Committee meeting held from May 19 to 20th. Now, the closing of trade on the Nigerian Exchange Limited All-Share Index edged higher alongside market capitalization, was settled at 68.965 trillion naira. The slight uptick in performance was driven by investors' interest in blue-chip stocks, most notably Nestle Nigeria PLC, whose share price surged from 1,331 naira to 1,464 naira 10 kobo, an impressive gain of 133 naira 10 kobo. Now, Triple G and Co. also followed closely, posting gains, rising from 2 naira to 2 naira 20 kobo per share. Market activities also gained robust, with 497 million shares traded in 18,795 deals, amounting to a total value of over 13 billion naira. Now, switching to the global scene, it was a mixed day in the international market as the UK FTSE and Japan's Nikkei closed in positive territory, while the US Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped into the reds, reflecting cautious investor sentiment on Wall Street. Meanwhile, in the foreign exchange markets, the naira held steady on the parallel market, trading at 1,615 naira to the US dollar, 2,050 naira to the Great British Pound, and 1,710 naira to the euros, unchanged from the previous day's rate. And that's it on both business and stock market updates. Back to Yisimi for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Tamilore. In other countries, Hungary's parliament has approved a bill that will start the country's year-long withdrawal process from the International Criminal Court, which Prime Minister Viktor Orban's government says has become a political court rather than an impartial court. Orban's government announced the move on April 3, shortly after Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu arrived in Hungary for a state visit in a rare trip abroad in defiance of an ICC arrest warrant. Hungary has rejected the idea of arresting Netanyahu for war crimes in Gaza and has called the warrant brazen. The bill to withdraw from the ICC passed on Tuesday with 134 members voting in favor against 37 against. The ICC's presidency of the Assembly of State Parties has expressed concern at the move. On sports, the technical committee of the Russian-Saudi League has selected 5 nominees for the Player of the Season award, as announced by the league's official account on social media platform X. The shortlist includes French striker Karim Benzema from Al Ittihad, Al Hilal's winger Salem Al Dosari, Portuguese star Cristiano Ronaldo, the captain of Al Nassr, Brazilian defender Roger Ibanez from Al Ahly, and Argentine midfielder Christian Guaca of Al Shabab. The selection was based on the league's eligibility criteria, which requires nominees to have participated in at least 40% of their team's total league matches, regardless of position or nationality. And that's it on News Now. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akawe app. Now, today we'll dive into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akawe.
Akawe is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola, and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was founded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names, and after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head, and simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, actually has the grade that they say that they do. Because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akowe has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. Most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so school. It's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school. And then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to continue to access the information. So basically you pay to search and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records they're permanent records. Once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who is to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person, which school did they go to for primary school, which school did they go for secondary school, what did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's impact doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, no. You are in 100 level, you're a 200 level student. Maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop. They cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from this school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akọ̀wé's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity. So the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but But the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times. So we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akọ̀wé is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. They're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue, there's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there.